Order, please. We will begin with the orders of the day, starting with the daily routine with presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause reads as follows. We, the undersigned residents, taxpayers of the town of Antigonish and the municipality of the county of Antigonish, were denied meaningful participation prior to our two councils' October 20th, 2022 vote on consolidation of our communities. We demand a pause to the process to allow for residents to vote directly on consolidation in the future of both Antigonish Town and Antigonish County. Madam Speaker, I have also affixed my signature as per the rules of the House of Assembly.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is over 4,200 signatories on the petition.
And your name is fixed. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, my name is affixed as per the rules of the House.
The petition is out of order. The reason being is that you actually have 3 petitions presenting it as one. We have a couple that are presented to the municipality, so there is a difference in them. So unfortunately, we can't table the petitions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, so I'm just looking for clarification on that because he didn't present them as 3 petitions. I'm just trying to get some, I've never heard of that before, so I'm just trying to figure out.
Certainly, just give me one moment.
Thanks.
Okay, for clarification, the language, once again, it can be the same, but what has been presented is 3 different petitions where you're addressing to no one, right, in one of them, and 2 of them you're addressing to the municipality. So therefore, it cannot be tabled. I hope that helps. And any further information? Okay. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to table one of the versions of this petition.
Order. Once again, because of the fact that you you have tabled any petition, as I understand, that is to be tabled in here, has to be worded that you are presenting to a minister, to the House of Assembly, or to the Premier. Your petitions, you have one that is not presenting to anyone, and you have 2 that are actually being presented to the municipality of Antigonish. So once again, I'm sorry. I wish it was different, but we can't accept the petitions today. I recognize the Honourable Leader, I recognize the Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to present a petition to the House of Assembly which reads as follows. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, And whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This petition is signed by a number of residents of Liverpool Street in the constituency of Halifax-Chebucto, and I have signed it also.
The petition is tabled. We'll move on to presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill, Bill number 404, an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity. The committee recommends the bill to be favorable consideration of the House with certain amendments.
The report is tabled. Are there any further presenting reports of committees? Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you again, Speaker. Speaker, I have two reports to submit, so I would beg leave that I can table the Law Foundation of Nova Scotia's annual report for 2022, 2023. I'd also beg leave that I be able to submit the Accessibility Annual Report 2002-2003, both in, and that would be in accordance with the Accessibility Act. So I would table both of those. Thank you, Speaker.
The reports have been tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Amy McCauley, owner of Embrace Doula, a dedicated certified postpartum doula. Amy's passion lies in providing postpartum support to families in Fairview Clayton Park and all across the HRM. With over a decade of experience, Amy offers her clients not only support, but a wealth of knowledge gained from her extensive training and experience. Since 2008, Amy has guided her clients through the challenges of early parenthood, including sleep deprivation, feeding difficulties, postpartum recovery, and the adjustment to new parenthood. As a mother of two herself, she understands the importance of having a supportive presence during this transformative journey. Amy leads a team of compassionate postpartum doulas whose approach ensures that each client receives the support they need to navigate their postpartum journey with confidence and ease. Madam Speaker, at a time when healthcare services are stretched to their limit, I want to thank Amy McCauley for her dedication to supporting families navigating their first days at home with their newborns and making their postpartum experience a little less chaotic. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the important issues that the Mount St. Vincent University Faculty Association is currently fighting for on strike. The bargaining goals of the striking union are reasonable, realistic, and necessary. Advancement to equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts, enhanced support for academic and professional duties, and fair remuneration for all. Ensuring better equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility at universities and in advanced education is essential for a host of reasons. The past exclusion of diverse voices and perspectives has meant that all sectors, from medicine to engineering to arts and culture, have been using incomplete knowledge and experience. Support for diverse scholars will result in support for diverse students. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to recognize that enhancing equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility support in universities will result in better student experiences and better outcomes for all Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to the World Wildlife Day, which is observed annually on March the 3rd. World Wildlife Day advocates for the conservation of endangered species and plants, reminding people of the important contributions these animals make to our daily lives and health of our planet. Each year, on the birth of CITES, which is the Convention of International Trade on Endangered Species, we celebrate World Wildlife Day and all that it stands for. In 2020, City News published an article stating that Nova Scotia is the home of approximately 28 unique Canadian species, putting an added emphasis on wildlife conservation within our province. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to bring further awareness to the World Wildlife Day and the importance of wildlife conservation. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group of compassionate youth, some of them who live in my constituency. They spend much of their weeknights, weekends, and holidays showing the true spirit of community and empathy. Faris Sadiqi, who's with us here in the House, and his friends, Elias Anini and Sanad Artemi, are proud members of the Muslim youth community that have dedicated their time and energy to preparing and delivering hot, delicious meals to shelters and recently to the homeless who were at Grand Parade. Madam Speaker, Faris is also a page here at the legislature. His commitment to community service doesn't stop there, as he is looking at forming a group to work with seniors to improve their quality of life in recreation. As a young citizens, they serve as an inspiration to us all. I ask the House to join me in commending Faris Sadiqi and the Muslim youth community for their exemplary service to our community. Thank you, guys.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The faculty strike at Mount St. Vincent University goes into its 4th week today. The more than 160 faculty, librarians, and lab instructors at the Mount have been on strike since February 12th, in a dispute which has at its center the union's demand for a collective agreement that better reflects values of equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, and respect. A fair compensation package is also key. Mount St. Vincent's faculty are among the lowest paid in the province, which is particularly troubling in light of the university's history of the advancement of women and the fact that women make up a majority of the bargaining unit in this dispute. A key part of the context of the strike is that since 2018, the university's vice presidents, associate vice presidents, and president have received average raises of 19%, 26%, and 73%, respectively, while faculty salaries have increased by an average of 8% during that same time. Speaks for itself, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The girls' AA Middle School Highland Regionals in basketball were played this weekend in Glace Bay. After an amazing year with very few losses, the Ocean View Education Centre girls' AA basketball team are regional champions. Back in January, this team won a Sergeant James McNeill Memorial Tournament in another very close game, and the Ocean View Breakers came out on top in the end, defeating the team that they lost to earlier in the tournament. Again this weekend in the regionals, the girls dug deep to face a team that beat them earlier in the tournament, but they came out on top this time again. Congratulations to the team for the great success this year. They have come a long way and deserve the banner. A special thank you to the coaches, Kennedy White, Jessica Kelly, Cassie McKinnon, for guiding the team through a successful year. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating the Ocean View Breakers on the successful year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize, thank, and congratulate Harry and Elaine Taylor, two people that have volunteered their whole lives in the community of Northside Westmount. They've been married for 33 years, Madam Speaker, and all of those years they've dedicated their lives to helping others. They're both very active in Branch 19 Legion in North Sydney. Harry could be seen on the Poppy campaign or helping veterans. Elaine working away with the Ladies Auxiliary in the kitchen. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank them for their service. They're both involved in many things outside of the Legion too, but in particular, Harry was given the Meritorious Service Award by the Legion, which is the highest medal that can be received by the Legion, and was also Maritimer of the Week in 2015. So thank you so much for your service, Harry and Elaine, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, on February 27th, local songbird Jen Grant released an anthem that she wrote with her partner Daniel Ledwell called Hello Everyone, Ceasefire Now. The song, which calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, features over 35 musicians from across Canada, Ireland, and Australia, along with the voice of Palestinian photojournalist Motaz Azeza. The lyrics are haunting but also beautiful, reflecting on some of the horrific images we've seen coming out of Gaza and dreaming of a time in which Palestinian children will be free to dance. It ends with two familiar chants, no one is free until everyone is free, and by the tens and millions, we are all Palestinians. All proceeds of the streaming and purchasing of the song go directly to the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, adding to the funds that Jen previously raised from her paintings of several well-known Palestinian journalists. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Jen Grant and her collaborators for using music to call for what we all should be calling for, a ceasefire now.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize an incredible young entrepreneur who is taking Nova Scotia's fitness nutrition world by storm. Rory Fox, a 15-year-old student at Lockview High School, created Swole Bear protein gummies, which are delicious high-protein treats. He started selling to his friends at school and is now spending his free time creating these gummies for a much wider customer base. Madam Speaker, Rory is a bright young man who is doing everything from the creation to the marketing of Swole Bears. He is even a member of the Fall River Business Association. And I was fortunate enough to meet him at our last networking event and bought a few packets myself. That's why I'm all buffed up. Madam Speaker, please join me today in recognizing Rory and wishing him all the best with his business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mark Nelson and congratulate him on a grand opening of his new McDonald's restaurant in Timberley. Talking about being puffed up, I was there a couple times myself. Mark and his wife Samantha hosted a much-anticipated VIP night last month and invited family, friends, and local business members to celebrate their opening while welcoming and inviting their guests to enjoy anything offered on the menu. Mark is a great leader of restaurant management and operations as the franchisee of McDonald's locations on Spring Garden Road, Hammonds Plains, as well as the nostalgic McDonald's restaurant on Quimple Road that recently marked the end of an era. Mark has extensive hands-on experience in business operations, customer relations, and advice. Although the iconic Quimple Road is no longer operating, a new McDonald's will be opening next door to the apartment building that's going up. Mark is looking forward to serving his guests and contributing to the continued growth and development in Timberley. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Mark as he launches another business venture and wish him success in the Timberley area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge 50 years of the New Waterford and District Rink. On Wednesday, February 14th, 2024, the New Waterford and District Community Centre Rink celebrated its 50th anniversary in operation. It holds the distinction as being one of the oldest active arenas in Cape Breton. The venue first opened on February 14th, 1974. In 1987, the rink was the official venue for the speed skating for the Canada Winter Games. It was also home from 1996 to 2005 to the Cape Breton Alpines of the Junior League hockey team, which many in my family quite enjoyed, and we were sad to see them go. It's also home to the New Waterford Minor Hockey Association, the New Waterford Skating Club. The rink belongs to the community, Madam Speaker. It's a community-run rink, community-owned, and it is enjoyed by many people in the community. It's been one of the first places that people learn to skate, so thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today with great pleasure to recognize the local hero, Sean Buchanan. Early in the morning of April 13th, 2023, on his way to work, Sean realized that a house he was passing was on fire. Sean quickly turned his vehicle around, driving back to the house, blowing his horn, and then jumping out, yelling to a sleeping family of 6 to get them up and get them out of the house. Although the house was lost due to Sean's quick thinking and actions, the family members were saved. Madam Speaker, not all heroes wear capes. Some, thankfully, are just on their way to work. Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to talk today about what a wonderful day it was in Bedford. It's always a wonderful day in Bedford. It's often sunnier in Bedford, and it's often warmer in Bedford, but today it was a particularly good day. Well, it would have been better if I'd been able to announce it myself. But I got to announce the first phase of the Bedford Ferry, and today we saw the second phase get announced. We had significant funding from this province, the municipality, and especially the federal government. $155.686 million from the feds, $65 million from the province, and then almost $39 million from HRM. So thank you to all levels of government, all people involved, 5 high-speed ferries, 2 new terminals. I want to thank my colleagues on all sides of the House, as well as my councillor, Tim Outfit, and all of the MPs who were involved in that over the years. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, sometimes it's hard to get to really know a part of your constituency, especially when it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Sable Island is seldom visited and maintains a special air of mystery. One of my constituents, John Wanacott, is working on a novel that features it prominently, Sable Island Gold. This novel tells the story of a young Canadian engineer who thinks of a way to safely salvage Central American gold from a 19th century Spanish shipwreck that actually did happen on the shores of Sable Island. Our protagonist's plans become more complicated when he falls in love with a teacher from Guatemala, to whose ancestors the treasure rightfully belongs. John will publish Sable Island Gold later this year, and I await it with great anticipation. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating John Wanacott for his storytelling on one of the most unique parts of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Carletta Downey Beals, a daughter, a friend, a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, who passed away on January 18, 2024. Carletta was born and raised in Toronto. She studied at the Ontario College of Art, Guelph University, and the Nova Scotia Community College. Carletta was an incredible artist, making beautiful mixed media artwork. Upon moving to Nova Scotia, she was employed at the Kiwanis Boys and Girls Club, followed by NASCAD, Dalhousie University, and the Halifax Regional Center for Education. Carletta had a passion for music. She sang in her church choir in North Preston and also served as a member and director of the Nova Scotia Mass Choir. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me in remembering this incredibly gifted and compassionate individual. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before I read my member statement.
Yes, please do so.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, we were joined by Jack Sullivan, Terry Penny, Anne Marie Long, Sarah McKeegan, Alicia Vink, Jeanette Benoit, Councillor Sean Cameron, and Councillor Diane Roberts and Colleen Morrow, who are here representing individuals from the Let Any Ganesh Decide group that presented at Law Amendments and who came to see the petition table tonight. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Team Nova Scotia on their successful trip to Calgary to compete in the 2024 Special Olympics Canada Winter Games. The team arrived home this morning with 27 medals in total, 7 gold, 12 silver, and 8 bronze. Special Olympics Nova Scotia sent a team of 45 athletes across several sports, including skating, snowshoeing, floor hockey, figure skating, curling, cross-country skiing, alpine skiing, and 5-pin bowling. The athletes were supported by 24 staff members, the majority of which are volunteers. Team Nova Scotia competed at the Games with the goal of achieving personal bests and in some cases the opportunity to be named to the Special Olympics Team Canada for the next Winter World Games. But without a doubt, the team competed with the Special Olympics oath in mind: let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. I want to congratulate all the athletes, volunteers, coaches, organizers, fundraisers for making this possible for our incredible Special Olympians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate Lieutenant Colonel Peter Davidson of Amherst, who was recently presented with 2 medals by Governor General Mary Simon at a ceremony in Rideau Hall in Ottawa. Lieutenant Colonel Davidson served a total of 30 months in the Middle East, including 2 tours of duty in Iraq. For his service, he was awarded the Service Cross and the Service Medal. I would ask my fellow members to join me in congratulating Lieutenant Colonel Davidson on receiving these well-deserved awards and thank him for his service to our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on January 3rd, I had the pleasure to join Deputy Warden and Councillor Larry Duffney at Highland Manor to present 100th birthday certificates to Ella Barron, a resident of the home. Ella, also known as Cornelia Aletta Anna Isk, was born in Amsterdam on December 12, 1923. Alec Barron fought in the liberation of Holland, where he met Ella Isk at a dance in Amsterdam, and they fell in love and married. Ella was one of the 48,000 war brides to arrive at Pier 22 in Halifax, and she arrived in Ingonish on June 16, 1946. She married Alex, who was from Ingonish, and jokingly remarked that she was married 3 times to the same person. She and Alex raised a family of 10. She continued to live in Ingonish until 2019 and is presently a resident of Highland Manor in Niels Harbour. I ask all members of the House of Assembly to please join me in a heartfelt congratulations to Ella Barron, who celebrated her 100th birthday on December 12th, and thank her for continuing to share her knowledge of history with us and her community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise my place today to recognize everyone at the Cape Breton Cancer Centre at home who looked after my mother for the last 6 months. And she finished his radiation this week. So, I didn't think I'd get emotional about it, but the support that the Cancer Centre provides to families is world-class. And it's great that Mom is getting through that journey. I know she missed the girls, and we sure missed her. So, I love you, Mom.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Black Point and Area Community Center. This not-for-profit runs by members of communities and is regularly used for many types of event. This community center boasts a large and bright space with high ceilings, a stage, and full commercial kitchen space. The types of events hosted here include fundraisers, weddings, parties, meetings, classes, workshops, health center, and COVID testing. Currently, they run pickleball on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at $2 a pop. They frequently host indoor walking through the colder months. Don't forget the amazing hip of beef dinner. I'm a little tongue twisted today, aren't I? Which is always popular. I would like to ask members of the legislature to join me in recognizing the Black Point and Area Community Center and thanking the community volunteers who make it so successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, every April since 2016, a Kings County charity, Campaign for Kids, invites restaurants in the Valley to participate in a burger frenzy to determine who has the best burger in town. Restaurants put a feature burger on the menu for the month, and local burger lovers rate every burger they eat. $1 from every burger sold is donated to the Campaign for Kids, who help financially disadvantaged children and youth. I am proud to report that 2 restaurants in Kings South won this year's People's Choice Award. Longfellow Restaurant in Grand Prairie won with the double rib Coltrane burger, and the runner-up prize went to the Old Orchard Inn in Greenwich for their Golden Delicious burger. The ultimate winners in this challenge are the children and youth supported by the Campaign for Kids, who raised $15,000 in this year's burger war. I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking the volunteers behind Campaign for Kids for the charitable work they do for children and youth in our communities, and congratulate Longfellow Restaurant and the Old Orchard Inn on their delicious win. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate a significant milestone in our community's history, the 200th anniversary of Christ Church Anglican in Amherst. They had a special celebration from September 29th to October the 1st of 2023. For 2 centuries, this cherished building and church has been a pillar of faith, community, and service. Christ Church Anglican's steadfast commitment to spiritual guidance, outreach, and inclusivity has enriched the lives of countless individuals and families throughout the community. Their enduring presence has been a source of strength and inspiration, embodying the values of compassion, fellowship, and goodwill. As we mark this momentous occasion here in the legislature, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Christ Church Anglican and its congregation. May their legacy of faith, hope, and love continue to shine brightly for generations to come. 200 years is something to honor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to bring recognition to Lisa Berkman for sharing her kindness and compassion with the staff and students at South Woodside Elementary School. Lisa is a child and youth practitioner who has been going above and beyond in her job for the past 2 years. Lisa is phenomenal at supporting the social, emotional needs of our students. She recognizes that these needs are essential for success within the classroom and also in life. Lisa works with small groups inside and outside the classroom and strives to obtain the best outcomes for every child. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Lisa for her continued passion, hard work, and dedication to the students and staff at South Woodside Elementary School. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Women's History Month continues, I rise today to applaud and highlight Janina Minkus, a culinary artisan and entrepreneur. Hailing from Kaliszyn, Poland, Janina's passion for cooking was instilled in her from a young age by her mother. Mastering the art of Polish cuisine from pierogies to cakes, Janina's culinary prowess soon gained recognition among friends and acquaintances. In 1994, she took a leap of faith and began selling her homemade goodies at the brewery market under the banner Sweets and Herrings. In 2009, she opened what is now known as Janina's Cafe, famous for its Polish and home-style cuisine. While her daughter Anna oversees the business, Janina's culinary expertise continues to shine in the kitchen, ensuring that every dish served is made with love and authenticity. Over the last 15 years, Janina's Cafe has transformed into a thriving business that is a cornerstone of the community. Let us applaud Janina Minkus and all women entrepreneurs whose aspiring journeys shape our society and drive positive change. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize March 4th as National Sons Day. Madam Speaker, they may be mischievous at times, but their love, laughter, and boundless energy make every day an adventure. Having sons are amazing gifts in life to experience holding them as babies, raising them up, and teaching them to be respectful and lovable young men is an honor and privilege that we as parents have. All of us can certainly celebrate this day because this day celebrates the little boys of this world who are growing up or who have grown up to become amazing men. I would like all members of this House to join me in recognizing today, March 4th, as National Sons Day.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Mayor Bill Mills on his remarkable 36-year milestone with the town of Truro. Mayor Mills' enduring dedication, steadfast leadership, and unwavering commitment have left an incredible mark on our community. Throughout his tenure, he has tirelessly worked to enhance the quality of life for residents, promote economic growth, and foster a spirit of unity and cooperation. His passion for Truro and its people has been evident over the years. We extend our deepest gratitude to Mayor Mills for his decades of service and leadership, and we look forward to many more years of his contributions to our town's success and prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I grew up in Bedford. I've lived there a vast majority of my life, so the first time I heard about the Bedford Ferry idea, I was 5 or 10 years old. I think it's been around a long time. But needless to say, today's announcement was really a long time coming. I know many members from all sides of the House were there today. It's a transformational project for Bedford. It's going to make a huge difference in my community of Bedford South, through to Sackville, Hammonds Plains, Clayton Park, and beyond. And I think the thing that stood out to me being there today was that, you know, governments, when they work together and put aside petty politics and disagreements, can still get some pretty big things done. And so that was an exciting thing to see today. I hope that's a lesson for future projects as well. But a great day today for Bedford and for all of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ataraxy Farm in Lawrencetown for winning the 2024 Canadian Choice Award in the Mental Health Therapy Farm category. Owners Blair and Kim Davis started their therapy farm in 2013 to help Blair manage his PTSD following his military service in Bosnia. In 2021, they opened to the public, and the farm has grown to include a variety of therapy animals such as horses, donkeys, mules, goats, and chickens. The couple offers free farm tours to make their services accessible to anyone struggling with mental health issues. Their farm receives many visitors seeking the comfort and companionship of their therapy animals, including many injured veterans, clients of the Dartmouth Adult Services Centre, and members of the Eastern Shore Mental Health Association. Additionally, the farm operates as a dairy goat farm. The goats are milked by hand daily with a variety of skin and hair care products crafted from the milk. 100% of the sales from their products go back into the farm and towards caring for the animals. I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in recognizing Blair and Kim, along with their farm staff and volunteers, for their exceptional efforts in providing award-winning mental health therapy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Late January, earlier in the month of February, Nova Scotia was hit with some once-in-a-lifetime storms, maybe 2 times in a lifetime storms, snowstorms. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the volunteers that were in Cape Breton, in particular, representing Team Rubicon, who went up there to do whatever they could to support what was a difficult situation. They were out helping people go through their homes after our community was hit with fires last year. I met a number of them from across the country, and I know that communities value their presence through difficult times. So just a quick shout out to the folks and volunteers at Team Rubicon for doing their thing again. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year will be the 22nd annual Sambro Dinner Theatre. This year's play, The Silence of the Lobsters. In the sleepy little village of Sambro, the lobsters have vanished, leaving local fishermen puzzled and their bank accounts drained. A mystery for the ages, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate Izzy Lang, Maya Lang, Langley Thibault, Elizabeth Picard, Jennifer Matthews, Bill Stewart, Pat Thomas, Isaac Crossman, Barry Pike, Brad Lowe's, Sarah Scarf, Ray Lang, Crystal Gilkey, Alicia Getz, Kathy Garrison, Greg Potter, and Gemma Vale. Here's to a successful run. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Laura Barber and Charlene Robichaud, co-owners of Hardesty Brewing, who have opened a tap room and retail storefront on Cole Harbour Road in Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. The brewery is named after Hardesty Court in Colby Village, just a home run away from the new location. Laura and Charlene produce their own take on a variety of beer styles: pale ale, lager, porter, IPA stout, with names like Block Party Smash, to a brew bearing Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon's numbers 8729. They also offer non-alcoholic beverages and local charcuterie board. Growing a hobby into a business was the natural evolution of Charlene's passion, and I applaud Laura and Charlene for taking this huge step. Please join me in congratulating them and wishing them many years of success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Lily Nails Salon. Lily Nails is a professional and friendly nail salon located in Cornwallis Park. I first met Nun, the owner of the salon, in 2014 when I started working at the Fundy YMCA as the Y-Reach settlement staff member. Nun, who immigrated from Vietnam with her son and her husband, had recently moved to Cornwallis Park. In the years of getting to know Nun, I had learned that she is a passionate gardener and a very caring person. The number of times that she fed me Vietnamese sweets and soups are too many to count. When Nun told me that her dream was to open a nail salon in her home, we got to work right away to make it happen. Nun studied and practiced for her exams with the Cosmetology Association, and in 2016, Nun opened her dream salon. Madam Speaker, during this time, as Nun perfected her skills, my nails never looked better. Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Nun on all of her achievements since opening her salon. Her dedication and perseverance is an inspiration to so many, including her friends, family, and clients. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize 3 young entrepreneurs from my area, Elio, Elsie, and Mary Ellen Makhlouf. They have created an app called Lease Friendly. The app, Madam Speaker, is to help both tenants and renters and small-scale landlords to navigate through the renter-landlord relationship and try to improve outcomes. The app helps all move through legal issues by means of the Tenancy Act, provide connections to services like insurance, and also provide rent payment options. It will allow renters to enter maintenance issues and landlords to respond. I am so excited to see their idea come to life as the need for this app now is very timely, given the current housing crisis. I ask the House to join me in celebrating the entrepreneurial spirit of our youth in solving today's issues with concrete solutions. Madam Speaker, I can't wait for the launch of this lease-friendly app late this spring. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Antigonish's Shauna Neary, who, along with Nova Scotia's Sophie Thompson, have officiated 2 games in the newly formed Professional Women's Hockey League with hopes of regular assignments. Shauna hails from Fairmont and is the daughter of Patty and Eileen Neary. Shauna started off as a competitive hockey player and played goalie for Mount Allison University. After her playing career, she coached and then moved into officiating. She has 14 years of experience refereeing at Junior A and Junior B levels, AUS women's games, and at international events. In 2021, she was awarded the Hockey Canada Officiating Program Branch Award entitled Most Deserving. And in 2022, Hockey Nova Scotia announced that Shauna was the recipient of the 2022 Hal Lewis Award. This award recognizes the province's Official of the Year. I ask all members of this House to congratulate Shauna on this prestigious refereeing assignment. We're very proud of you, Shauna. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Michael Chisholm of Upper Tantallon for his dedication and service as a group commissioner and scouter for the first Five Island Lake Scout Group. Mike has been involved in scouting for over 20 years and has received several Scouts Canada awards for outstanding service, including the Medal for Good Service and the Bar to the Medal for Good Service Awards. These service awards are given to scouters who exceed the requirements and expectations of their position or role and positively impact the youth and adult members of their scouting group. By providing safe and fun opportunities for youth to take part in new and challenging activities that engender a sense of belonging, self-worth, and community, leaders contribute to the growth and development of other scouters through mentoring and coaching, guiding them to become valuable contributors to their community. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Michael for his volunteer work and to acknowledge this essential role volunteers play in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Community YMCA Panthers U10 girls team. My daughter plays on that team. They played all weekend at the Jamboree, Friday, Saturday, and 2 games on Sunday. Even though it took up all my time all weekend and I was the Uber for the kids, I too had a ball cheering for our team and all of the great plays and shots taken by all the players. What an experience, the team's camaraderie and brunch laughs to a final game play that was super exciting. It truly was a nail-biter. Even though there was no score posted, the girls played with heart and effort and never gave up, still smiling at the end of it all. I'd like to thank Coach Young, Coach Swinemer, and Coach Lucas for their patience and energy for all their time and love for the girls and the game. Go Panthers, go.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to congratulate the Sackville Business Association and the organizing team of the Sackville Snow Days Festival. The 10th annual Sackville Snow Days Festival was held February 16th to 19th. And once again this year, the team was able to bring community together to celebrate and bring fun to the full winter season that we are experiencing. And this year we did have snow. There was something for everyone. Fireworks, skating, sledding, snowshoeing, curling, live music, pancakes, movies on the big screen, cookie decorating, paint night, and even butter making. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the Sackville Business Association, community organizations, businesses, volunteers, sponsors, and yes, the residents who support the Sackville Snow Days Festival every year. Without their commitment and hard work, this winter fun weekend would not have been possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we all know the issues around housing in our communities, but I want to take a moment to commend an organization called New Deal Development, who are doing a wonderful job providing housing for seniors in our community. They saw the need, they created the plan, they found the funding, and after Christmas, 22 new people moved into their facility in Sydney Mines on Pitt Street. And it's a beautiful facility, Madam Speaker. And so in total, they have over 40 residents living in 2 buildings, and I don't think they're finished yet. we hope that they continue to look after the seniors in our community. So thank you to Dave Julian, President of New Deal, and his amazing board for all their success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to applaud and congratulate Susan Inglis from Liverpool. Susan is the recipient of the Coach of the Year Award for Queens Lunenburg counties for the amazing work she does with local athletes who compete in Special Olympics. In the summer, she coaches athletics, and in the winter, she coaches snowshoeing. This well-deserved award recognizes Susan's 9 years of volunteering with Special Olympics as a coach and board member. A very humble person who receives great joy from what she does. She is a firm favorite with all of the athletes she works with. She selflessly invests a great deal of time and effort in supporting them in any way necessary. It gives me immense pride and pleasure to recognize her achievements here today. Thank you, Coach Inglis, for your tireless efforts and commitments to your athletes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is a big day for Bedford small business Silk and Lingerie. Today they've opened their expanded store in Sunnyside Mall. Silk and Swim has everything you want for the beach, pool, or resort. Owner Adele Halal took over the business a few years ago and has now expanded it, more than doubling her space. In addition to carrying everything from hats to swimsuits to resort wear in the new store, Adele and her team at Silk and Lingerie are certified bra fitters, and they specialize in post-mastectomy fittings. In fact, Adele regularly raises money to benefit breast cancer survivors. Recently, her customers helped her raise enough money to provide 200 post-surgical temporary prosthesis called puffs to breast cancer surgery recipients, and Adele matched their contributions for a total of 400 puffs. And Adele regularly ensures her suppliers send donations of undergarments to local women's shelters. So you understand why Adele is such an important part of our community and why I'm so delighted to see her latest business venture. I wish her every success.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this, thank you.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Yep. Keep going. West, young man.
There it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this day in 1934, Ralph Donaldson was born. Saturday, March 2nd, he was surrounded by family and friends at the Enfield Legion celebrating his birthday. I'd like all the members of the House to please join me in wishing Ralph Donaldson a happy 90th birthday. Happy birthday, Ralph. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise my place to recognize Loaves and Fishes in Sydney, which many folks would have heard about here. Loaves and Fishes has been around since 1981, and they provide meals and support to many of the residents in Sydney that need support the most. And they've also been feeding a lot of students that have come into the community too as well. They've seen their numbers double in the last number of years. But I do want to recognize my friend and General Manager Marco Amati of the board and all the volunteers that every day are serving hundreds of meals in the greater Sydney area. They've been doing it now for decades, and they're such a wonderful asset to our community. So I rise my place, recognize Marco, recognize his team, and all the staff at Loaves and Fishes who do their very best and do an amazing job of supporting some of our most vulnerable in the CBRM.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I had the opportunity to witness incredible displays of athleticism at the Ultimate Gymnastics competition in Halifax. Madam Speaker, you had teams from all over the Maritimes participate in this display of incredible gymnastics skill. You had folks from Pictou County, you had a team from St. John, New Brunswick, you had a team from Cape Breton, but Madam Speaker, you had the Dartmouth Titans. Dartmouth Titans Gymnastics Club, and they brought home a lot of medals, they brought home a lot of accolades. So I want to take a moment and thank all the incredible gymnasts who participated in this. Shout out to the coaching staff under Susie Gallagher and all the amazing coaches. And Madam Speaker, a shout out to Dartmouth's Ella Hallman, who came in first on the bars. And third overall, Ella, Dad is very proud of you. Je t'aime.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3 young men from West Pumlico, Connor Potier, Dylan D'Entremont, and Maxime D'Entremont. While out for a drive through the community, something caught their attention on the side of the road. The 3 turned around to find a 99-year-old injured lady lying on the ground. And the woman had wandered from her home after dark and suffered a fall. So after making sure she was okay, they managed to get her inside, and she was later transported to the hospital for care. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Connor, Dylan, and Maxim for their act of kindness. These 3 young men were definitely heroes that night. Our province is a better place because of people like them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Pauline Parker of Canso for her years of volunteering at the Shamrock Seniors Club. For more than 16 years, Pauline has been president of the club and volunteered her time to keep it going alongside a team of others on the executive. Recently, she has stepped down from her role to focus on spending more time with her family. Shamrock Club hosts bingos, card plays, dinners, music nights, and other events under Pauline's direction, and has also served as a polling station for many elections. Pauline has worked hard to apply for funding for repairs and upgrades to the facility and advocates for this club wholeheartedly. Her life has become very dedicated to her volunteering, and she can always count on her husband Bill for support along the way. Pauline's leadership skills have certainly set an example for the remaining volunteers and the next generation coming up. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to please join me in applause and gratitude for Pauline Parker for her years as president of the Shamrock Club, and wish her, Bill, and their family all the best in their new adventure back to Pauline's homeland of England. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, although Joanne Barnett and AJ Reid are relatively new to the area, they certainly have big Hants County hearts. They are the owners and operators of Official Walker's Restaurant and Magic Pizza Windsor, but that's not all they do. From first meeting them in the fall of 2022, I saw firsthand the hand up they offer anyone in need in our community, from offering a safe and inclusive place to work to community fundraisers and everything in between. They provide affordable or free Christmas dinners on Christmas Day, involve youth in their catering business, and hosted a first annual Canada Day celebration last year. Most recently, they hosted the Hope for the Unhoused fundraiser out of their restaurant space, which raised just over $2,000. Their offers to help are endless, and they certainly do not wait around to be asked. Madam Speaker, community-minded individuals like Joe and AJ are true grassroots leaders. I want to thank them for all they do and for acting with their big hearts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the religious minister, Marty Clark Edinger. Marty has undertaken the responsibility of leading worship, providing pastoral care, conducting funerals, and officiating weddings for 4 churches along our shore. These churches in Five Islands Economy, Bass River, Masstown all benefit from Marty's organizational skills, which have enabled him to conduct services on a rotational basis. Madam Speaker, it takes a very creative and community-minded individual to unite 4 churches, each with its own unique needs and concerns. I would like to commend Marty for his unwavering commitment to the people along the shore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee, the whole House on supply.
The motion is to resolve into Committee of the Whole on Supply, and it is now carried. We will briefly, though, as you know, take approximately a 15-minute recess. Just a reminder that due to the flood in the committee room last week, that the Subcommittee on Supply did not meet on Friday. Tonight, while the House is resolving itself into a Committee of the Whole on Supply, the Committee of the Whole will not actually be called to order. The Subcommittee on Supply will proceed in the red chamber, and after reporting back this evening, we expect to have a full 4 hours completed in both Committee of the Whole and Subcommittee. Also, because of the Committee of the Whole will not be called to order, the subcommittee will be broadcast on legislative television and streamed on the primary feed, which is here in the chamber, instead of the secondary feed. Those of you that are over there, enjoy the spotlight. All right? We'll see you later. Thank you.
Order. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 5:19. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Advanced Education and LNU Affairs as outlined in Resolution E1 and E30. Resolution E1. That a sum not exceeding $725,539,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estates. Estimate. Resolution E30. That a sum not exceeding $4,255,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of Office of LNU Affairs pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that sum not exceeding. I will now invite the Minister of Advanced Education and LNU Affairs to make opening comments up to an hour, and if you wish, to introduce your staff to the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education and LNU Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in the land of the Mi'kmaq, the traditional Tory of the Mi'kmaq. Very pleased to have the opportunity to present the budget estimates for the Department of Advanced Education. Through this third budget for the department, which was first formed in August of 2021 as a standalone department, I am tremendously proud of the work the department has accomplished over the past 3 years as a team. The upcoming budget and business plan for 2024-25 demonstrates our focus on government priorities, particularly related to healthcare transformation, increasing housing, and building a skilled workforce. It's my hope that as I walk you through our key investments, programs, priorities, and plans for the coming year, you'll be inspired by our progress, our willingness to try innovative ideas, collaboration between government departments, student groups, partners, and institutions. So this work continues to support a strong, sustainable, and vibrant post-secondary system. A system that meets the needs of students and our labor market, a system that we have an incredible opportunity to position for the bold vision of this government and our Premier. Before I continue, I have a few members of the team here with me today that I'd like to introduce. I'm incredibly proud of this team. They have worked hard. They've worked long. We have transformed ourselves. To my right is Ryan Grant, Deputy Minister for Advanced Education. To my left, Wanda Fletcher, Executive Director of Financial Advisory Services with Finance and Treasury Board. And behind me, the rest of the great team, I'm sure they'll get up and bow or, wave their hand, but Cheryl Toe is Executive Director. Tanya Lively, Director. Ken Byron, Director. Robin Paddock, Director. Monica McLean, Comms. And Lindsay Wadden, Executive Director. And I also have Justin Houston, Deputy Minister for LNU Affairs. So thank you for being here to support me today. So throughout my remarks, I'll continue to focus on our priorities, to listen to students, to help address some of their biggest challenges, to balance the needs of students and the uniqueness of our universities to set us up for greater success, deliver on government's promise to fix healthcare faster, and key investments in the 2024 budget, 24-25 budget, including investments that will enhance the student experience and inspire continued growth across Nova Scotia. And before I start, I think one of the things that that I enjoy about being the minister for this department is my background. And as most people are aware, my background is in education, where I spent 28 years, 14 years as a teacher, 14 years as a principal, but always as an educator. And what I find is that a lot of the things that we're facing in advanced education, we're all one big education system, and we're kind of the final leg in the education stream. However, it is lifelong education, and that's the motto we certainly use with Nova Scotia Community College, certainly within our universities, certainly, and that's the attitude through our private career colleges and language schools. But there's a lot of transitions that happen throughout our lives, and especially throughout our educational lives. When you start, at home learning, you learn from so many different ways. Eventually, you start a more formal type of school, and now we have pre-primary. And then you transition into elementary school, which you transition into middle school, you transition into high school, and then eventually a post-secondary. And I know over the years, in the last several decades, we've been really focusing on university education. And at a Council of Ministers of Education Canada conference I attended last year, we had a great presentation from a director at the OECD. And his comment is that the last generation was the generation of university. And the next generation is really going to be the generation of trades. And he really based that on looking at what the needs of society are, not to devalue the focus or the work that universities do, because it is important. It's going to continue to be important. But the focus in their minds is also shifting to trades. So at advanced education, hearing directly from students is critical. It's the reason that I have been able to go to every university, every NSCC, speak to students, speak to faculty, speak to administration, and speak to community. And it's important to listen to the concerns. But it's also important that those concerns are shared. And very often those concerns aren't just at the institutional level. It all falls back on those transitions that I was talking about. So that's one of the things that we're certainly looking to work towards. So we meet regularly with student groups through 2 government student roundtables. One is for university students, and the other one is for Nova Scotia Community College students. These roundtables include representation from Students Nova Scotia, Canadian Federation of Students, and individual student union elected leaders from each campus. We always gain valuable and important insight into the student experience through these channels. I'm very proud of the strong, collaborative, and trusted relationships we've built with student groups across this province. And when students bring us ideas, we absolutely try to bring those ideas to fruition when they make sense. And a lot of what's brought forward certainly makes sense, because they're the ones that are going through it. So it's one of the most important things that we do, and it's certainly one of the things that we will absolutely commit to continuation. So I do commit to continuing to do site visits at our post-secondary institutions where I can meet students from universities and NSCC campuses province-wide, because it is exactly there where you really get a feel for things. People can tell you things around the boardroom, they can tell you things in an office, they can tell you on the street, but until you actually do a tour with students and with faculty, that's when you really get the contextual feel of what's really going on. So these interactions have helped influence a new approach to agreements between universities and the province. The new one-year agreements will help us address some of the immediate needs for students, universities, and community. And I think one of the things that, when we have conversations, that's often left out is the impact on communities. And right across this province, we have post-secondary institutions nestled within community, and they have a large impact on community, and in return, the community has a large impact on the institution as well. The 2024-25 agreements include a 2% cap on tuition increases for all Nova Scotia undergraduate students, down from 3% under the previous agreement. A requirement to fill health program seats to an average enrollment rate of at least 97%. A requirement for institutions to develop international student sustainability plans. A requirement for universities in Halifax Regional Municipality and Cape Breton Regional Municipality to begin to increase student housing. A requirement for institutions to work together to develop an inter-university plan to reduce administrative expenses by a minimum of 5%, and a minimum tuition increase of 9% for first-year international student undergraduate tuition, except for at Dalhousie University and King's College, because they have already made increases in that regard. And I do want to note, as I read through these, is that a decade ago, I don't think we could have envisioned the population growth that we've had in the province. We were really in population decline, and now we're planning for population growth. So, over the following months, we will require universities to submit to our department strategic alignment proposals that will inform our collaboration and decisions related to future agreements in 2024, 2025, 26, and beyond. Each institution will have an opportunity to reflect on their unique strengths and advance meaningful proposals how they can advance our province's top priorities, including meeting labor market needs. I will speak in more detail to key changes in our agreements later in my remarks. For now, I want to acknowledge that this is a bold new approach to fund universities. It'll help them better align with government priorities, recognize the uniqueness of each institution, and create more accountability. Greater accountability is what students want and what Nova Scotians expect. My team and I look forward to receiving the strategic alignment proposals from universities, to collaborate with them on longer-term funding agreements, and to help set us up for greater success. As a department, we clearly understand our success is directly tied to student success. This is evident in the department's mandate. It also aligns with government plans and gives us a defined focus for the students and people we serve. Our mission is to facilitate a proactive and inclusive post-secondary system so people learn, grow, and thrive. Our mandate is to facilitate a post-secondary education system where learners receive a high-quality education that meets their learning needs and allows them to thrive as members of vibrant communities and a successful province. We're working to make sure all learners can access a post-secondary education by removing barriers, including financial ones, by ensuring the system is equitable, diverse, inclusive, and by advancing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action for post-secondary education. Equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility are at the core of this work. It's important that students feel safe. It's important that students feel supported. It's important that they feel included while they study here in Nova Scotia. Advanced Education is committed to making sure post-secondary students have the support they need to do their best work. This is how we create a post-secondary system that allows students to thrive. We know we have more work to do in this area, and we're committed to doing things differently. And not to do different things for the sake of doing things differently, but for the sake of trying things to help more students be successful. For example, advanced education staff are moving forward with our strategic plan to help support the recruitment and retention of Mi'kmaq and Indigenous post-secondary students. This means so much to me as the newly appointed Minister of LNU Affairs. It's a privilege to serve as Minister of LNU Affairs. The province has a strong, unique relationship with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. As an educator, as a principal, we often used a lot of the Mi'kmaq traditions, cultures, and really brought that into the classroom. It's a lot of common sense things that really resonate with students. And the key with students, in order to make them successful, is to make sure that they're engaged, that they understand the impacts of what they're doing. And by really introducing to the ways of our Indigenous peoples, to the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, it was a real eye-opener for students to learn in a different way, to be introduced to different cultures and different traditions, and to absolutely understand what the treaty systems are all about, and to find out that, hey, this was really, we're all treaty people, and the meaning of that. And I think it was one of the things that I was very proud of as an educator, and that's why one of the reasons I'm very proud to be the Minister for LNU Affairs. So the strength of this relationship can be seen in the work we do together to make our collective communities stronger, safer, and healthier. Through our long-lasting trilateral processes, we work collaboratively with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs and with Canada. This includes the Made in Nova Scotia process, the Mi'kmaq Nova Scotia Canada Tripatriot Forum, chiefs and cabinet meetings, and working with Mi'kmaq leadership and organizations throughout the province. It's an innovative, Made in Nova Scotia approach that has supported positive working relationships and resulted in progress in several priority areas. Treaty education is a shining example of important, meaningful work we're doing together. Through this initiative, led by the Office of LNU Affairs and Mi'kmaq Partners, all Nova Scotians have an opportunity to learn about the importance of treaties and our treaty relationship. We also create a path of reconciliation and gain a better understanding of what it means to be treaty people. I'd like to look back for a moment to July 2023, when Chipuktuk, Halifax, hosted the North American Indigenous Games. Known as NAIG, N-A-I-G, the Games were a great opportunity to share and celebrate Indigenous culture. The organizers worked hard to make the event safe, welcoming, and inclusive. There were many opportunities for all Nova Scotians to be part of the event and learn more. Mi'kmaq language is a key part of Indigenous culture, and like health and wellness, is connected to resiliency. The province recognizes Mi'kmaq language as the original language of Nova Scotia. Members of this House from all provincial parties supported the Mi'kmaq Language Act. It took effect on October 1st, 2022, Treaty Day. We support the work being led by the Mi'kmaq to preserve and protect the language. Work continues on development of the Mi'kmaq language revitalization strategy, and I look forward to having an action plan that moves us forward together. We continue to collaborate with the Mi'kmaq and Canada to support Mi'kmaq enhanced social assistance self-government discussions. We're also a partner in ongoing tripartite negotiations regarding Mi'kmaq self-governance of child and family services. Access to healthcare services in communities is a priority we share with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia and Canada. Through the trilateral Memorandum of Understanding that was signed in April 2023, we continue to work with our partners, Dagimik, the Mi'kmaq Health and Wellness Organization, leads this work to transform the design and delivery of health services in community. These are some examples of the collaborative work being done as we step together on the path forward towards reconciliation. As Minister of Advanced Education, I know my team understands the role in walking together towards reconciliation. They have worked in partnership with Mi'kmaq partners, the Department of Health and Wellness, NSCC, and others to create a new practical nursing program that will train LNU students in the coming year. The curriculum has been developed with a Mi'kmaq and Indigenous lens for Mi'kmaq learners who want to study practical nursing as part of a Mi'kmaq cohort at NSCC's Pictou campus. I understand that NSCC is working with a number of Mi'kmaq learners to obtain the prerequisites they need to start the program as they take the first steps to follow their dream of becoming a nurse. We know that cohort-based learning is a supportive learning style that helps students succeed. We have seen success with this model. For example, the 3-year part-time cohort for the Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work pilot program at Dalhousie University was so popular, we were able to increase the number of seats from 25 to 35. I expect there will be a similar success with the Afrocentric Bachelor of Education program that Acadia University and the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute has recently established. I had the opportunity to tour the facility just before the program was announced a few weeks ago, and there's a lot of excitement within the African Nova Scotian community. It's something that they have been advocating for a long time. It's something for me, as a former educator, I know how important it is that all groups are represented in our schools, not just in our schools, but in our society in general. There is no doubt that we've been working a long time to ensure that our African Nova Scotians or other equity-deserving groups are represented throughout government, throughout our school system, throughout employment, throughout the province. And we still have a long ways to go. We still have a lot of work to do. But we're going to get there, and we're going to get there by collaborating with communities and listening. And these cohort models are the perfect way to do so. I can't express how much it pleases me to think that a former student may follow their dream of becoming a teacher through this program, and how incredible it is to think of a young child that might be inspired to become a teacher because of their teacher's influence and presence in the classroom. I don't think we can ever undervalue the power that teachers have, that educators have, that we as parents have over our children. Madam Chair, teachers are in high demand, and so are a number of other fields, from healthcare to skilled trades. That's why it continues to be important for Nova Scotia to grow its population by attracting the workers and international students that we need most. International students have always been an important part of our plan. They support our economy and make our communities better, stronger, and more diverse. We must take measures to protect students who choose to study in Canada and make sure that Nova Scotia remains an attractive place for international students to study and work. We don't want students to just study and work. We want students to establish themselves here and become part of the communities that they choose to live in. My team continues to engage with the federal government to plan for next steps in changes to the international student program. We will have more information to share soon on how international student enrollment will be allocated. Going forward, we have asked universities to provide a long-term international student sustainability plan that outlines how they will recruit, house, and support students so they can connect to the labor market here, so that they can find jobs here, so that they can become part of our communities and fill the jobs, fill the void that we need. We need to make them feel welcome. By making them feel welcome includes providing students with the information they need to make an informed decision before they even get here. Information about the appropriate level of funding they will need to support them throughout their studies, as well as the availability of jobs and housing. The housing crisis has been well documented and far-reaching. It is not isolated just to Nova Scotia. It's a national issue, and it didn't happen overnight. It's been a growing problem due to a lack of foresight and due to a lack of investment. This government has not ignored the problem. We are making necessary historic investments to build more housing. We are listening to students about how their needs are changing. And we are adding accountability measures so that institutions know they too must plan accordingly to support students who choose to study in their community. It will take all of us working together to fix housing. As a government, we have not waited to act on housing solutions that benefit students and alleviates pressures in the housing market for all Nova Scotians. So far, we have announced on-campus housing projects at 7 Nova Scotia Community College campus locations across the province. Most recently, we announced 270 beds at Nova Scotia Community College in Cumberland campus in Spring Hill, King's Tech campus in Kentville, Lunenburg campus in Bridgewater, and the Institute of Technology in Halifax. This is in addition to the 350 beds that are being built at NSCC's Akerley campus and Ivany campus in Dartmouth, as well as the Pictou campus in Stellarton. And just as a quick update is that the Stellarton campus with 50 beds and the Akerley campus with 100 beds will be ready to be occupied in September of 2024. So it's very exciting. And those are going to be ready because we didn't wait to invest in student housing. We didn't wait to invest in Akerley, Pictou, or at Ivany campus. It makes me so happy when I can look across the harbor and see the advancement in the building at Ivany campus. It makes me pretty happy to drive by Akerley campus. The building looks like it's already complete. They have the finishing touches on the inside. And I always go on to check the video links to the campus in Stellarton. And one of the things that the principal told us in Stellarton is one of the things that she demanded was upgraded electrical in all the rooms. So, because there's so many different ways that you can prepare meals now. even though the rooms don't have stoves in them. They have the electrical there to support, microwaves and coffee makers and the air fryers and all of those things. So the principals have certainly had their input into the buildings as well. So other student housing projects we have invested in are also progressing. At the Atlantic School of Theology, they'll be able to welcome more students from several nearby institutions in Halifax after completing their renovations. Government's $3 million investment last year allowed them to preserve and maintain their student accommodations and increase the number of beds from 65 to 97. The Urban Neighborhood Development Association continues to work with Cape Breton University on the development of Tartan Downs, a project we have supported with a $5 million investment in 2022-23 for student units. Cape Breton University also made investments to add 111 beds to the McDonald residence on campus. Other institutions are stepping up as well. The University of King's College is working on plans for more on-campus living quarters. And St. Mary's University and the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design have also formed a partnership to expand housing options in Halifax. Institutions do have a responsibility to help provide housing support for students. Advanced Education is working with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider solutions that could help further support student housing investments through the Affordable Housing Development Program. We look forward to sharing more information on that as solutions are identified, because when it comes to actions to support student housing, we have not waited to act. I do notice one other initiative that I don't have in my notes, but I am going to talk about it. I am going to talk about Happy Pad, because it makes people happy. Happy Pad is a home sharing initiative that we put forward on the advice of students. And Happy Pad came from a meeting that we had at St. Mary's University, and they were the ones that brought up the idea of home sharing. So we looked at different vendors, different possibilities that we could bring for Nova Scotia students, Nova Scotia seniors, Nova Scotia trades workers, Nova Scotia nurses, because we have 130,000 vacant rooms across Nova Scotia. It's a huge potential that we don't have to look for bidders. We don't have to put out expressions of interest. They're already there. What we have to do is educate. We have to educate our post-secondaries. We have to educate our business people that, you know what, there's an option out there, and we do need inventory. We need people to promote the fact, not poo-poo on the fact. Sorry, does poo-poo now become part of the regular transcript? But we do need it promoted. It is something that came from students. We put the idea forward, and probably has the largest and fastest solution potential of all the things that we've had. We have traveling nurses. We have doctors that go in and out of communities to work that could certainly use home sharing. We have seniors that would certainly benefit from maybe having a student. If the matchup is good, that could help, mow the lawn or shovel the snow, or even offer companionship. It might not be the perfect solution for everyone, but it's a good solution. Many, many, many decades ago, when I was young, we used to travel all the time for sports. And I remember traveling to Boston on a hockey trip to participate in tournaments, but we were billeted. We used to be able to do that. And in turn, those young people came here and we did the same thing. So we do have to kind of rethink the way we're doing things. It is part of the toolbox. It's part of the solution. And I do believe that since it came from students, and our last meeting with students, their comment was, you know what? We just don't know enough about it yet, but we are going to learn about it, and the students from our last meeting are going to go forward and start promoting that and start trying to get people with available rooms to register on HappyPad, and for people to start going there as when they're looking for a place to live. So we're also not waiting to act when it comes to fixing healthcare. As a government, we understand that fixing healthcare requires training, more professionals. We also understand that in order to attract and retain these professionals, in rural communities especially, we need to offer programs where they will live and where they will work. Advanced education, in collaboration with universities, NSCC, and other departments like health and wellness, have introduced several critical programs to help train the professionals we need the most throughout the province. For example, we are training medical lab technologists through Michener Institute. We are training physician assistants through a new master's program at Dalhousie University, a program that filled all seats in the first cohort that started just this past January. More nurses, including a new Master's of Nursing Mental Health and Addictions program for registered nurses who have clinical experience in the field. We're also continuing with investments to support Acadia University with the launch of its own nursing program that will graduate 63 nurses per year by 2027. We continue to support a second medical campus in Cape Breton that will train more doctors to practice in family medicine in rural parts of the province. This campus is set to open next year at Cape Breton University and is already training medical students because of the partnership between CBU and Dalhousie University. These are just a few of the innovative solutions that we have collaborated on with universities in Nova Scotia. Other ideas can best be explained through the 4 areas of action in our 2024-25 business plan. These actions focus on healthcare, economy, and healthy communities. By advancing initiatives to support the creation of new housing options close to or on campus, actioning next steps to finalize the framework for post-secondary student recruitment and retention of African, Nova Scotian, and Black students, moving forward with work on key elements in the strategic plan on recruitment and retention of Mi'kmaq and Indigenous post-secondary students. These are ways that we're focused on the student experience and well-being. Continue to work to develop and implement standalone sexual violence policies in all private career colleges in Nova Scotia. These policies are already in place at Nova Scotia universities and NSCC, and they must update them every 3 years. This is important work because everyone should feel free of sexual violence. And we are responding to critical workforce needs. We're supporting recruitment, training, and retention of veterinarians in the province to address current and projected labor needs in this field. We continue to work closely with the Department of Health and Wellness, Nova Scotia Health, and other partners to train and support the province's health workforce, including continuing the partnership with Michener Institute that expands training opportunities in the province for medical laboratory technologists. Working with Acadia University to establish an accredited School of Nursing. We just announced $13.9 million to help build a state-of-the-art facility after the successful launch of a satellite program last year, which is seeing strong interest from applicants. Working with universities to enhance the admissions process for nursing programs and improve enrollment management. expanding enrollment in the Bachelor of Science nursing program at Cape Breton University from 21 students to 42 students, and continuing to support work that accelerates programming for continuing care assistants. We're also working on modernizing and accelerating post-secondary education programming. And we're not looking at accelerating program at the cost of quality programming. We're advancing programs that accelerate teacher education to address urgent labor needs in the sector. The launch of the 8-month online Accelerated Bachelor of Education program at Cape Breton University is a great example of this. The program was announced in November 2023 and successfully filled all seats that started in January 2024. Kudos to Cape Breton University for getting this program up and running in a few short weeks. CBU is also replacing its current 15-month BED program with a 12-month in-person program. We will closely monitor the results of the accelerated pilot programming. We're also working with other departments. NSCC and the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency is working to explore new programming to expose students to skilled trades earlier. We're also providing accelerated pathways to meet labor market needs in skilled trades occupations. We're also exploring the expansion of work-integrated learning and dual credentialing opportunities. And the new NSCC Sydney Waterfront campus will begin welcoming more students to the new state-of-the-art facility this September. We're also working to foster sustainability and accountability. We will implement collaborative strategic alignment planning processes with both universities and NSCC to ensure responsiveness to our province's needs. This will also address the long-term sustainability and accountability of publicly funded post-secondary education, because accountability is what students and what Nova Scotians expect. When the current Memorandum of Understanding with Nova Scotia universities expire on March 31st of this year, we will continue to work with universities to implement and update a new approach for agreements between the province and institutions. And finally, Madam Chair, I will move to talk about my department's 2024-25 budget that will further highlight these priority areas. Madam Chair, Advanced Education's budget estimate for the upcoming 2024-2025 fiscal year is an estimated $725 million, $539,000. This estimate represents an increase of $18.3 million from the department's 2023-24 budget estimate. I will outline factors that contribute to this increase as I walk through the Department of Advanced Education's budget details. This total budget includes 74 full-time equivalent positions that support our critical work. In 2024-2025, we are committing to increase Nova Scotia Community College's operating grant by $5,673,000. This will include increased operating funding for the Sydney Waterfront campus and increased funding for the practical nursing seat expansion. Provincial investments helps to ensure student supports and services are maintained. It also helps keep the option of studying at NSCC more affordable and therefore accessible. As mentioned, in this year's overall budget, advanced education received an increase of $18.3 million. This includes $6.142 million for investments in healthcare, investments like Michener's Medical Laboratory Technology Program, Acadia's Nursing School, and expansion of nursing seats at Cape Breton University, Dalhousie, and St. FX that was first approved in 2021-22. We're also making a $3.566 million investment in universities. This will cover the operating grants for the province's 10 universities through new one-term bilateral agreements. These agreements have been customized to each university because they are all unique. We have also invested $1.02 million to continue supporting an accelerated Bachelor of Education program and seat expansion at Cape Breton University. Other changes include an $800,000 increase to post-secondary student assistance services and equipment. This money is recoverable through federal funding. $340,000 to support additional internships through MyTax. Just over $8 million to adjust amortization funding in 2024-25 budget. This will account for the 3 Nova Scotia Community College projects that are set to be complete by September 2024 at the Sydney Waterfront campus and Akerley and Pictou on-campus housing projects. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our programs and affordability. So, Madam Chair, our budget highlights some of the exciting things going on at advanced education, but I'd like to take some time to share some details on our core programs. The Repayment Assistance Plan is a debt management tool made available to borrowers who are having difficulty paying their student loan debt. This program makes it easier for student loan borrowers to manage their debt by paying back their student loan at a rate they can reasonably afford based on their income and family size. This year alone, the program helped over 9,000 students. We increased the annual income threshold and it will now be indexed to CPI. The Nova Scotia University Bursary Program provides every Nova Scotia resident who attends a Nova Scotia university with $1,283 annually based on full-time study. This is money that is taken directly off the student's tuition invoice and doesn't need to be repaid. We are seeing an increase because more students are enrolling, and that's a good thing. For those of you who may not know, the Student Assistance Program provides need-based financial assistance to eligible Nova Scotia residents who would be unable or unlikely to pursue post-secondary education otherwise due to insufficient resources. Proudly, Nova Scotia has one of the most generous student assistance programs in the country. Nova Scotia student assistance has been significantly improved over the last 10 years. Since 2011, provincial student assistance has provided $34 million for Nova Scotia students in need. But we know these are extremely challenging times for students, and we continue to do more to help. My department made a $16.2 million investment that helped almost 12,000 Nova Scotia students with the greatest financial need by providing a one-time grant of $1,350 that does not have to be repaid. Students have said that this grant helped reduce their anxiety and worry about how they will pay their rent or cover the cost of food or stay in school, allowing them to focus more on their studies. At the same time, we also announced an investment for the next 3 years, thanks to an agreement with the 4 Atlantic provinces to fund the Atlantic Open Educational Resource Program. This will help to expand the use of open education resources in Nova Scotia and save students money by eliminating the need for them to purchase costly textbooks. Research shows that in 2022, most post-secondary students who are attending school in Canada expected to pay between $800 to $1,000 per year for textbooks and other learning materials. Access to no-cost learning material is something that students have been asking for, and we're proud to be the government who delivered, knowing it will be a big difference for all students. At the time of these announcements, the Executive Director of Students Nova Scotia said they were thrilled about the one-time grant and noted that the adoption of locally developed educational resources would provide students with access to cost-saving and innovative learning resources tailored to their studies. Student affordability is a key focus for student advocacy groups, and it is for us too. In fact, our key focus is supporting students with the greatest need and making sure education is accessible and affordable. We also want to help reduce student debt loads and make it more attractive for students to stay in Nova Scotia after graduation. The Loan Forgiveness Program has been one of our biggest success stories under that effort. Under the Loan Forgiveness Program, eligible Nova Scotia students can have the entire provincial portion of their student loan forgiven upon graduation. Since its inception, loan forgiveness has saved over 15,000 students close to $100 million in student debt. Loan forgiveness is just one example of how we are enhancing programs to help students. Earlier, I talked about increases for the Repayment Assistance Plan and the Nova Scotia University Student Bursary Program. In total, Nova Scotia students can receive over $40,000 in non-repayable assistance through these financial supports. We know affordability is an important consideration for students when they are deciding where to go to school. The Department of Advanced Education is committed to making sure post-secondary education is accessible to students by removing barriers, including financial barriers. Another avenue for making post-secondary education more accessible is to right-size programs. This means accelerating learning where possible without sacrificing outcomes. This helps students reduce their overall tuition costs, potential debt load, and allows them to enter the workforce sooner. Over a lifetime, that earning potential has a significant impact on not only the individual student, but also on our economy. As a department, we will continue to focus on innovative ideas that help address student affordability issues. We will continue to make investments in students' assistance to support students in need. We will continue to create opportunities for students to earn while they learn. And we will continue to make investments that help graduates who are entering the labor market. These are all components of solutions that encourage people to pursue their post-secondary goals right here in Nova Scotia. Madam Chair, Thank you so much for your time and attention. I know we've covered a lot on a wide variety of topics. I've probably given you lots to digest, and you're all still awake, so thank you for that. I hope my remarks demonstrate the emphasis that my team places on listening to students, balancing their needs with the uniqueness of our institutions, and helping to fix healthcare faster. As you can see, I believe in my work, I believe in my department, and I'm very proud of the work that we do. I believe it will make a difference, not just now, but for generations to come. And I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that is developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. We will start with questioning on the advanced education, and when finished, we will move on to El New Affairs. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. And I'm going to relinquish the last 15 minutes for the independents, so I will be going for 45. So thank you for your presentation, and you know, as you're speaking, you know, there was a lot of mention about healthcare, and I would like to sort of bring your focus to increasing the trades and the labor force with regards to building up our economy when it comes to the need for infrastructure. And in that regard, I just wondered, how closely are you working with the Minister of Education to introduce students to the trades sooner as opposed to waiting until they go to community college?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think through my experience as an educator, I think one of the things I brought to the table was a personal understanding, a professional understanding of how schools work, how transitions work, how parents recommend things for their students, how teachers recommend things for their students as they go through the system, and try to find their own pathway into post-secondary or possibly directly into the workforce. We work very closely together. As a matter of fact, the minister's panel on pre-apprenticeship was a really big piece for us. That we worked very closely with Minister Balser and as well, and also Minister Drouin, on making sure that pathways and transitions were identified earlier, because we know by the time they reach post-secondary, that students will actually have been exposed to trades earlier and more trades. I think one of the things that personally that I identified were probably higher attrition rates in some of the trades. And even knowing that before I ever became Minister of Advanced Education or a politician, knowing that students were going into trades at NSCC or somewhere else and not being successful. And a lot of that is because we need to transition better by giving them exposure earlier to a variety of trades. And it's not always easy, because not every community and not every school have the same opportunity to expose kids to all of the trades, because there's so many of them. If you live in a larger area, you may have more opportunities in your school because the school would be bigger. If you live in a rural community, maybe you don't have that opportunity, or maybe you may have more opportunity. So we do work very closely together. Those questions for what's going on in our education system would be best held off for Minister Drouin. But I will say that we are certainly looking at transitioning. We are looking at things like dual credentialing for high school students that may be going to NSCC. So maybe they're doing trades-related courses in high school that maybe they don't have to do it again when they get to NSCC. We're looking at accelerating ways of students to enter the workforce. So as a principal for 14 years, I often had students that trying to graduate, you had to graduate, must graduate from high school in order to get into the trades or get into the workforce. We have some students that are not engaged in what we offer, and not engaged in, sitting in schools to get their credits to graduate. But boy, oh boy, they would be really good workers and would certainly be engaged in something like that. And youth apprenticeship has been around for a long time. And to try to educate employers and try to educate families and the student to allow that to happen was not something that to tell you the truth, I had never seen it happen. But that is something that we are certainly working on direct entry as well. Direct entry certainly means that you don't forego your high school graduation, but you can certainly do it along with it. And there's different models across the country that we're certainly looking at. But that all feeds. So a lot of the things in labor skills and immigration through apprenticeship crosses over to advanced education as well. So we're looking at all of those things. We need tradespeople, and we need them now. We don't need them, we needed them yesterday, and we'll need them tomorrow. So if we can get students through programs more quickly and safely, give them the credentials that they need to enter the apprenticeship system or to enter another system, because the trades just isn't. It's not only working with your hands and going on and building framing houses and working on electrical and plumbing. There's an awful lot of engineers. We need a lot of engineers that go through the university system as well. So all of those things are related through project management. And I think that we are going to tie all of those together and make it better for students. So starting right from when they start their education, but that also takes educating the parents. So I think our society in general has always thought that if you want to be successful in the world, you need a university degree. I know that was what my dad and my mom expected of me, was a university degree. And trades was looked at not as favorably. But what's important is, I think, all parents and grandparents and educators, we really need to start looking at the trades differently. It's a job that can be very appreciated by parents. It's looked at as, oh my goodness, you have a trade. It's like, wow, you can work anywhere. You can make a good living at a trade. You have options. It's not for the people that couldn't do the academics in school. It is what we should be doing in schools as well. I will never take the importance away from our university sector. I will never take the importance away from any of our private career colleges, but I think all institutions have a role to play in ensuring that we get the right people in the right jobs and give them the opportunity to have enough exposure to make good choices. By making good choices simply means that they've been exposed to enough to make a good decision. I believe it is absolutely tragic when the hopes and dreams of a student just graduating from high school and always wanted to be a welder, and their parents have sacrificed money. Sometimes the student has to move out of their community. I think it's tragic when we have a student that will drop out after a couple of months or a term because they found out that welding really wasn't for them. So We look at the sacrifice of finances. We look at the sacrifice of government monies also going into the sector. And we also look at the sacrifice of the hopes and dreams. And right now, the way the system is if I drop out in November, that means I can't try another trade until the following September. So we are working on all of those things, and we are going to do better. And for your short question, it was a long answer.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Your long answer justified my question, because you just said exactly what I said. Are you exploring that? And you said that all those things that we need to get more people into trades is justified, and how you get there is yet to be decided upon. I can be, as you were speaking about your experience, I know from being on the school advisory councils for almost 20 years, the three children I raised went to school, and they, I saw from my oldest to my youngest the removal of home ec, shop, all those things in junior high, and then there was nothing in the high school. So of course, when the universities come to the high schools to say you want to come to our university, that's all the kids have to understand that that's the options that they have. Nothing else presented itself. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in that regard, and there's investments to be made, and I'm hoping that, you know, the trades, that our students do get exposed to what is possible and what they can, and see what it is that they want to do as a career, not after the fact, like you said. They go to university or they go to NSCC and determine after they spend a lot of money, it's not for them. So therefore, you did justify that you agree with, with that approach. So you mentioned Happy Ped, because I know you love it. And so I was just wanting to ask, you mentioned that there's 130,000 rooms and across the province, I presume. And therefore, where are they? Because as we're looking at there's a group that's creating a shuttle to take students maybe 2 to 5 hours to go to CBU. Like, where are those rooms, and is there a need for the shuttle? Like, where are these rooms, and how much is in the budget for 23-24, or how much is in this budget for Happy Pad for the app itself?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
It makes me happy that you actually asked me a question about Happy Pad. So you know, it's one of the tools that we put forward. As I mentioned earlier, it's certainly one of the tools that students asked us to look into. The inventory, I believe, came through Happy Pad, who is an organization that also is in other jurisdictions across Canada that work as identifying rooms are in people's houses. It's not for everyone, but what Happy Pad does is that they vet both the homeowner and would also vet the student. They do all the security checks, they do all of that. But if I were to talk to somebody on the street and talk about Happy Pad, they don't know about it yet. So they don't have enough information or trust what it is. So it really, Happy Pad does have some work to do to establish themselves here in Nova Scotia. But there are empty rooms right across this province. There is a lot of home sharing already. There are more than one home sharing program. It's not just Happy Pad. But as I said, the benefit of it, if we can launch it and get more people to talk about it, is that the rooms are already there. The rooms don't have to be built. We don't have to tender anything. So we just have to open that up. With referral to the shuttle bus that's going back from Cape Breton to Halifax. Number one, I love people that are entrepreneurial and look to find solutions to problems. What I need to say is that not all students that are traveling back and forth from Halifax want to live necessarily in Cape Breton either. And it depends on their schedule, because we do know that some students only go to school 1 day a week. Some of those students would prefer to live in a bigger metropolitan area, and so choose to go back and forth. Maybe not all of them. We do know that Cape Breton University had vacant rooms in their dorms last year, and I believe at one point the number was around 70 when students were still looking for housing, traveling back and forth, living more people in an apartment than they probably should have. So sometimes it does come down to choice, but at the end of the day, those choices just weren't good enough. We know that the demographic is changing for students. We know that international students from certain countries want a more communal type environment in order to live in. And I think as we go forward, whether it's government or private sector, combination thereof, we need to look at different ways to accommodate different cultures and different demographics of students. So HappyPad is something that we do need to work on. HappyPad themselves as a company, because they were signed under contract with 3 departments: advanced education, seniors long-term care, and municipal affairs and housing. So we have some work to do, but I think it has a lot of potential.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
And just a little clue, I'll be happy when you answer the actual question that I asked. How much is in the budget for HappyPad this coming year? The Minister of Housing said that there were only 10 units, currently on HappyPad that were actually there. And so, and again, I asked, you said 130 rooms for home sharing. Where are those rooms across the province? Are they primarily in Halifax? Are they in CBRM? Are they spread out all over? Does HappyPad provide you with that data?
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
My apologies, I wasn't trying to avoid so the contract that was signed with them, I don't believe that, and I'll confirm this, I don't believe there's a budget this year for them. I believe that the contract that we signed with them last year is still in effect. So we'll find that information. I'm not sure what the updated number is for HappyPad, for how many people that are. It is 10, yeah. So the 130,000, that could be my home, or it could be your home. It could be, all I'm saying is that people with empty rooms in their houses. And it's not a fit for everyone, but the few people that have used it, and we did have a gentleman on our promotional video in Windsor, Nova Scotia, that talked very highly of how HappyPad worked for him. And we have home sharing. We have international students that come to Nova Scotia all the time from all kinds of other countries that go into our public school system. That is home sharing. So we just need to maybe frame it differently because it is a fit for some, and we just have to identify them.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. And yes, so I mean, at the end of the day, I caution you if there are 130,000 rooms for home sharing out there, we would want to know that that's the actual number that is available. It's kind of hard to promote something if there isn't really 130,000 rooms available.
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will get back to that comment as well, but just to let you know that HappyPad was $225,000 in 2023-24 and zero for 24-25. When I say there are 130,000 empty rooms. That's the estimate. So they only become available when somebody that has an empty room in their home registers on the site. So where the work has to come first is for people that own homes. It could be in Cape Breton, could be in the Sydney area. Happy Pad, part of what they should be doing is really identifying that, hey, do you have a home, do you have an empty room, would you be willing to rent it, whether it's to a student or a doctor or a tradesperson, and then they would have to register on the site. That's when it becomes available. So the international student programs right now are advertising on schools. They're on billboards all over the place. Are you interested in an international student? If you are, contact this number. Then you all of a sudden become available for a potential host family. So it's very similar to the exact same thing.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Okay, that's why I was trying to ascertain, is the spare bedroom in my house, is that one of the 130,000 and I'm not aware of it? That's what I was getting at. And so now to switch to the universities, we know that across the province, universities are not just institutions of higher education, they are economic drivers, and we see that very much happening in CBRM. So improving our communities in countless ways, but there was the announcement that the operating grants to universities next year were going to go up by only 0.9%, which is not enough to keep up with inflation. So I was wondering, who did the department consult when it came to the universities and about that change?
I recognize the honourable. Oh, well, he. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So our grants to universities, all of our small to medium-sized universities all got an increase in their funding except for Dalhousie. So I think the figure you're talking about would also include Dalhousie. But in total, for the operating grant, there was a $383 million total budget for them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
So in that regard, so what factors led to the funding cut for Dalhousie when adjusted for inflation for other, like all the universities, but in Dal in particular?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So Dalhousie University is very different from all the rest of our universities in Nova Scotia. They're part of the U15. They're one of the best research universities right across North America. They are recognized worldwide. They receive a lot of additional funding through really helping Nova Scotians, helping government solve some of our biggest problems. A lot of the healthcare initiatives that we have put forward, our historic healthcare initiatives, came through a lot of the help through Dalhousie. Dalhousie has always been a willing partner to step up, to add new programs, to find clinical placements, to work with government in order to help us. They also receive the biggest share of our MyTax scholarships or grants that we have as well. So they receive a lot of money, additional monies through government, through a lot of the initiatives that aren't included in the operational grant.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
And in that agreement, why did you do it for just 1 year for the universities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really bold new way to have agreements with universities. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. The former 5-year memorandum of understanding was just an agreement in general that you shall do this or you shall do that. And we feel that for the significant public monies that we put into our university system, is that universities should be accountable to those things that are a priority for Nova Scotia and a priority for our government. So that is the reason that we are looking for strategic alignment proposals from the universities outlining how they will align their priorities with our government's priorities. That's why we're doing it for 1 year. So this 1 year agreement will really set us up for future agreements. So this is really kind of the transition piece to longer term agreements.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour and Dartmouth.
Thank you. The federal government recently announced that they are reducing the number of international students allowed in Canada by approximately 35%. Have you spoken with the federal Minister of Immigration about what this cap will mean for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a clarification, the reduction from the federal government was 35% reduction in student applications, not actually in students. And yes, we have been working with the federal minister, and we had met with Minister Balser, and I had met with Minister Miller, and we had been waiting for our allocation number. So basically, if you look at all of our post-secondaries, and we refer to them as designated learning institutions, that includes our universities, Nova Scotia Community Colleges, private career colleges, and our language schools. And all of them will get a certain allocation as to how many applications they can receive. So previous to this year, schools could submit really an infinite number of applications of international students to the federal government. And sometimes the success rate of those going through for some schools was on average with the rest of Canada, and sometimes they were very low. So what the federal government is really trying to do is ensuring that international students, when they come to our institutions and they come to our province and they come into our communities, that they are supported, that we actually can support the number of students that are coming in with infrastructure, with accommodations, with all of those things that you would want your child to have if they went overseas to go to school.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
So given the next steps and about the allocations, do you know how many international students will be admitted in 24-25 to Nova Scotia? Like how many international students will we have here in Nova Scotia in 24-25?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So I cannot tell you how many students we're going to have, but I can tell you how many applications that we are going to have accepted. So in total for our universities, NSCC, private career college and language schools, 12,900 applications that we will have to find a way to divide amongst the schools.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
So the decision means that the provincial government would have to allocate study permits for each university and college in Nova Scotia. And has the department determined how they will do that? How many permits will each university get?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are working on the modeling. We are truly working on the modeling that makes it fair and makes it just. And it's a process that it has to happen quickly. We have to the end of March to have that to the federal government on how we're going to do that. Deputy has actually contacted our university, some of our university presidents. There was a meeting yesterday, 2 days ago, with all the designated learning institutions, so they all know what the number is, 12,900, and we're working on the modeling for that, and we have a few weeks left to complete that.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
So the federal Minister of Immigration has stated that certain colleges and universities across the country weren't able to support their international student population. Is this something that you're concerned about here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
So Nova Scotia, we have quality post-secondaries. We truly do. And we're all aware that Cape Breton University had rapid population growth at their school. Cape Breton University they identified that they had a problem. The federal government identified that they had a problem. I think we all know that population growth is something that, on one hand, we think it's a very positive thing until it's not. There are so many benefits from international students coming into our communities, and let's never blame the student. It's not the fault of an international student that comes to an area that's overpopulated, that they can't find housing, that puts stress on all kinds of infrastructure and stuff in the community. So I really want to make that clear. But to Cape Breton University's credit, they recognized that there was a problem, and that they do have a plan to reduce the numbers of students at the school. And they have it over 2 years. They want to reduce the number of students. I believe the number is 7,500. 7,000, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
And in that regard, is the department working with the universities to determine what the impact will have on their campuses, their finances, and the communities in general?
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, so the impact with reduction of the student applications. Some schools will impact more than others. The federal average is 60% success on applications. We have some schools that were exceeding that success, that conversion. And we had some schools that were well below that 60%. And that's right across the board. So some universities were below the 60%, some were above. Some of our private career colleges or language schools were below that, and some were above it. So there is some work to do, but the thing that I want to caution when we think about it is that there was no restriction on the number of applications that we could submit previous to this. So there was no penalty, or nobody ever said, oh my goodness, like you submitted 1,000 and you only got 100 accepted. Nobody ever said that was a problem. That was just the process. So this is a new process for everyone right across the country, and including here in Nova Scotia, that we're trying to deal with. And we are absolutely trying to be equitable. We want to make sure that all schools, all designated learning institutions have a good opportunity to be successful.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. So with regards to the budget, it estimates that the province will spend substantially less, about $23 million less, on grants to universities than the department spent last year. So I just wondered if you could comment on how that news was received by the universities.
I recognize the honourable minister for advanced education.
Thank you. I guess I'm going to ask for clarification, because we're under the understanding that we're giving more, and I think your question was that we're giving less. So I'm just looking for clarification, please.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I just said that I'm reading the budget incorrectly when I say that you will spend substantially less, about $23 million, on grants to universities. No?
I recognize the honourable member of Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
So to clarify, it was more about Dow specifically, like, and how they responded to the cut.
While we have a pause, I note that the time remaining for this term will expire in 5.5 minutes due to sharing the official opposition's time with the independent. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies was getting clarification on what the question was, so thank you for the clarification. So Dalhousie's operation grant was held at $203,610,000, but overall the operating grant to the other schools was $3.6 million increase.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my member opposite for sharing the time. Thank you, Minister, and your team at the Department of Advanced Education. I just have a few questions that some are specific to Cumberland North and some are for Cumberland North, but I'm sure apply to other areas of the province as well. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the department for deciding to choose Spring Hill as one of the areas that's going to get a residence for NSCC. That's going to be a big help to the students in both Amherst and Spring Hill campus, so we're very grateful for that. I did have a question around the NSCC campus in Amherst. You likely wouldn't have the number right here with you, but I would be curious to know, I've had people ask me how much the government is spending on rent for the campus in Amherst. And there's been a few numbers shared around the town, and I'm often asked, has the government ever considered using that large sum of money and investing in a building, an NSCC building, either in the downtown or in another location? And I don't know if you've been to the Amherst site, but it's very hidden. Like, I feel like NSCC is not getting its worth in even in visibility in the town, because it's at the end of a mall, and you wouldn't, unless you know it's there, you would have no idea. And it's a huge campus. We have our health professions there, as well as the business school and others. So it's a very important part of our town. And I'm just wondering if there's been any look at business planning for possibly having a bigger impact in the community.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Such a great question. I'll have to find out the information. We'll get back to you with the information on that. But what I would say, I did have the opportunity to visit the campus. I did have a tour and spoke to the principal. There's no doubt that it's a very important community resource to have the programs that are there. But I will certainly look into finding the information about the rent. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is specifically for education for registered nurses. So we currently don't have any education available for the training of a registered nurse in all of northern Nova Scotia. It's the only area of the province. I'm wondering if the department is looking at changing that so that it will help with staffing in the future for our hospitals and other areas that require registered nurses.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's no doubt that one of the important pieces to trying to improve our healthcare system is through registered nurses. We have been working at increasing programming, trying to get more nurses through, and I think we've done some good work in that area. As far as having a school in the northern area, we have not looked into that. But I think the important piece of that is when nurses do their placements and their clinical placements to ensure that we do have some in the northern region, and I'm not sure what the numbers are or are not. But I think where nurses or anybody does their clinical placements, or whether it's a tradesperson where they do their work integrated learning piece, I think it attaches them to the community that they're in. So I think that's one of the things that we should really look at to ensure that nurses that graduate as a registered nurse know about the opportunities in northern Nova Scotia as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I would ask if the department would consider looking at that. And Yarmouth has a satellite site through Dalhousie, and it is a deficit for sure. It definitely makes it harder for the hospital in Pictou, the hospital in Truro, and the hospital in Cumberland to have enough nurses to staff. Of course, we have a unique situation being in a border town, And a lot of our students that decide to study nursing want to be able to live at home to keep their costs down. So a lot of them that want to become a registered nurse, and actually even an LPN for that matter, will choose to travel to Moncton because it's only 40 minutes away. So they'll live in Cumberland, they live at home, they travel to Moncton, and even to become an LPN, there's about a 3-year wait list to become an LPN if you want to go to the Cumberland campus or anywhere in the province. So it's actually helping us, the fact that these students are saying, well, rather than wait 3 years, I'm going to get right into Oltons College within the next 3 to 6 months. So they're out into the workforce faster, and they're coming back and working in Cumberland. So it's to our benefit. But they're actually penalized because they don't qualify for the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. So that's something that I have brought up to the minister before, and I'm wondering if you've given any consideration to ensuring that we could change this so that the nurses in Cumberland are not discriminated against, because there is no opportunity for them to study in a timely manner to become an LPN in Cumberland, and there is no opportunity at all for them to study in the northern region at all to become an RN, and then they're being punished when they travel 45 minutes north. So I'm wondering if the department would consider working with our maritime partners and trying to find a way that we can, not punish the nurses that are choosing to study just 45 minutes away, but in another province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Minister Rushton had approached me probably in the first year, not just about nurses, but also about other students that are looking for an education in that region. There's no doubt that we need nurses, we need tradespeople, we need all kinds of people to go through our post-secondary system to fill the jobs that we need. There's good points to be made that if I'm living in Cumberland County, and I can live at home and travel into Moncton, or I can travel into Sackville for my education, that I can live at home because we are in an affordability crisis. We are looking for ways for students to save money. It would be very difficult for a lot of students to find an apartment in Halifax to go to Dal Nursing, for example, and to pay the additional fees it takes for housing and food and travel. So it's certainly something that we're looking at. Because there's no doubt that we want people that live in Cumberland County or border towns to be able, we all always prefer that they go to school in Nova Scotia if they can. Yes, that's optimal because that's our taxpayers, that's where our monies are going. So we will certainly look at to try to find solutions to help those students that need to get their education and still live close to home.
I'd like to recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for doing that, because one last point I'll make on that is if you have a nurse studying the practical nursing program at Oltons College, so she's getting out into the workforce technically 3 years quicker because she's choosing, it's hard for me to convince them to come back to Cumberland when they don't qualify for that Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program, and they have hospitals in Moncton saying, no, we want you to stay here and work for us. So it definitely helps us recruit more of our own nurses when they do qualify for that Nova Scotia student loan. So keeping in mind they are residents of Nova Scotia, they're taxpayers of Nova Scotia, they're paying their taxes in our province, they're just choosing to go to school, and they're paying that tuition in neighboring New Brunswick. So thank you for considering that. I had a couple questions around family physicians and education around for medical students, because it is one of the things that I'm hearing from people each and every day because they don't have access to a family doctor. So especially our older seniors, they'll say, well, why are we not offering to pay the tuition for medical students and in return, a return of service agreement so that they come back to our community for X number of years? And I'm wondering if the department is considering doing something like that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
I think healthcare practitioners in general, we certainly would welcome all healthcare practitioners to come to Nova Scotia, and including your question about nurses. And I think it's important to note that our government did increase seats, also guaranteed every nurse that graduates a job. We've increased salaries, so we've tried to make it more attractive for all healthcare professionals to be in Nova Scotia. Cape Breton University put a proposal forward to really focus on rural doctors with kind of that rural focus through their education and their placements. So I think that's worth highlighting as well, that we're also looking on educating doctors that want to be in rural Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment about the nurses. So they were all offered jobs, but they weren't offered full-time jobs. So, for example, we had some nurses say, well, if I'm being offered a full-time job, I just want to share this because this is kind of feedback I get from the nurses. They'll say, well, I was offered a job, but it's not full-time and full-time benefits. It might be an 8.0 or, sorry, a 0.8, and they're not getting full-time. But in neighboring Moncton or over in PEI, they're getting full-time job with full-time benefits. So it's important to look at, if we want to keep our nurses or recruit our nurses, we should be offering them full-time positions. And because a lot of them are being hired and they're working full-time hours, but they're not given the actual full-time positions. And just a comment related to the bonus that was given out last year, I had hundreds of nurses contact me to say how angry they were because they may not have a full-time position, but they worked full-time hours and the equivalent of a full-time position, but maybe they were a 0.5, but they worked the other 0.5 casual, and therefore they didn't qualify for this bonus. So it created a lot of bitterness. So to say that they're being offered a job, it's important to qualify. It's important to recognize that to be competitive, we need to be offering full-time jobs with full benefits. And I'm a little partial to nurses. A lot of nurses are primarily still, there's a lot of female, and I feel like as a profession, over the years, they haven't always been treated the way that they should be and should have been. So anyway, that's just a little note. But going back to medical students, I do think there is an opportunity there for, if we want to retain our medical students that go through, especially with family physicians for the province, would the department look at some sort of an incentive offering medical students? And the reason I bring this up is I had a father reach out to me about 3 weeks ago, and he was quite angry because he has a very bright daughter who's graduating this year. She really wants to be a doctor, and they don't have enough money to put her through university. And he said, why is there not incentives that my daughter, he said, I feel like we're being penalized because we don't have enough money. And I think he was feeling really frustrated because he sees the potential in his daughter and he sees the needs in our community for more physicians, but he doesn't see a pathway for his daughter. And he and his wife both work, and they make too much money for their daughter to qualify for a student loan, but they don't have enough money to give her to go to university. And we do hear from a lot of parents in that situation. They do their best to save for their children's education, but it's really hard to come up because university is really expensive. So I do hear from parents, but I also hear from people in the community to say, why are we not offering an incentive to cover the tuition and maybe even a small salary, kind of like the military does, to incent Nova Scotia students to go to medical school and then offer a return of service. So before I move on, I'm just wondering, is that something that the minister, that your department might take a look at and consider for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So one of the things about our Cape Breton University, and they are ramping up. Right now they have 5 students each year that they've accepted into their program in partnership with Dalhousie, but there is a return of service agreement for those students. And as they ramp up to get to a full medical school, there will be a return of service attached to that as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. And I'm wondering, with regards to medical students, do you know right off how many medical students are being enrolled in Dalhousie, first-year medical students each year right now, and how many will be enrolled at CBU this coming September? And out of those numbers, how many are international seats and how many are allocated to Nova Scotia students?
Note that there's 5 minutes remaining time. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Cape Breton Med School accepted 5 students their first year, 5 students their second year, and in 2025-26 they will ramp up to 30 students, and there are no international students. They're all domestic students, and we don't have the numbers yet for Dalhousie, but we will find those numbers and share them with you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that'd be great if we could get the number for Dalhousie. So for CBU, so there's 5 students, and you say you'll be ramping up to 30. So does that mean 30 new students will be enrolled in that year, or is that a total, like a 5 plus 5 plus 5? Just to clarify.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those numbers will be in addition to. So the idea is that 25-26, CBU will accept 30 new students, and then in the next year they'll have 30 more. So in total they'll have 120 students going through the program on a continuous basis.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I'm almost out of time. So can you clarify when you say domestic students? Are those students from Nova Scotia or from anywhere in Canada? And maybe I'll just add on to that. Earlier, the minister mentioned there is some return of service. Are those just for people from Cape Breton, or will there be a return of service for students throughout all of Nova Scotia?
I do not recognize. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my reference to domestic students is Canadian students, with preference given to Nova Scotia students, with preference given to students that want to study rural medicine. And we do have
The time for the independent is now over. It is now time for the NDPs. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I'm just going to offer the minister a quick break. So maybe could we take 5 minutes?
We will take 5 minutes, and we will be back at 7:20 sharp.
Order. The committee resumes. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Great, thank you. Minister, thank you for walking us through in quite a bit of detail. I was interested to hear you remark on your relationship with student organizations and with students, and you're listening to students, because since this budget has been tabled, I certainly haven't heard anything positive from student organizations, not from CFS Nova Scotia and not from Students Nova Scotia. So if I look at the Students Nova Scotia press release in terms of responding, they highlight a number of concerns. So, that there's still a lot of unhoused students, and that 50,000 students are still waiting for a student housing strategy that has been promised and promised and promised, and I know you're taking action, but still hasn't shown up. They're concerned about a 7.1% cut to the Nova Scotia Student Financial Assistance Program, and they're concerned about the tuition for Nova Scotia students is being held at 2%. I mean, domestic students are left unregulated. Completely unregulated. So New Brunswick, PEI, students from there, we don't know what sort of tuition increases they're going to face. So, and they also note at the end, we continue to seek increased student consultation and involvement at the table. So with all of that, I guess I'm wondering, what did you listen to from students?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So certainly, listening to the students around affordability, for example, we're always looking for ways to make sure that students can afford the education that they need. That's why we froze tuition at 2% for Nova Scotia students attending Nova Scotia universities. We are certainly looking at ways to accelerate programs. By accelerating programs, Mr. Chair, is certainly a way for students to save money. So one of the things, if we could take a Bachelor of Education program and make it 1 year as opposed to 2 years, or make it 8 months as opposed to 15 months or 16 months, what that means for the student is they don't have to pay tuition for an additional year, they don't pay rent for an additional year, they don't pay for food for an additional year, and they can get into the workforce 1 year faster. By getting into the workforce 1 year faster, that means they're earning income 1 year earlier. That means that they can start paying off debt 1 year earlier. They can start investing in their future 1 year earlier. And that came from students as well. We looked at open education resources. That certainly came from students. That will be a benefit from now into the future for years on helping students, because as we progress, there'll be more instructors and professors that are going to contribute to open education resources. There'll be more Nova Scotia locally based. Hopefully no longer are students going to study case studies that were in the United States or in other parts of Canada. Not that they're not important for certain programs, but they're kind of off-the-shelf programs or resources that are being used. So that we got from students. I mentioned Happy Pad. Happy Pad is still early. It's one of the tools in the toolbox for housing, and that has a ways to go. That came from students. I think students were quite excited to hear that we had an unprecedented announcements for student housing builds, 620 NSCC housing builds, which is unprecedented in communities right across the province. I don't think students are disappointed in seeing that. I don't think students are disappointed that we invested $5 million in the Tartan Downs project for student housing. It hasn't happened yet, but it's going. But $3 million into the Atlantic School of Theology project. I think that students will be excited about as well. But these projects aren't done yet. These are projects that we know we have an investment, but they're still being planned. Some of them, it still takes time. If we announce something today, it's not going to be built tomorrow. But those NSCC student housing builds, 2 of them are going to be complete and ready for 2024-25 in September. I think that's a major. The only thing that we can do overnight is a home sharing plan, and that can happen overnight. So I think that's something we can work on immediately. I know you had other concerns there. I don't remember what they all were. You talked about 1.7% cut to our Nova Scotia, 7.1%, my apologies, 7.1% cut to student assistance. That is a perceived cut. It's not a true cut to our programming. Our programming was not affected at all. Our support to students wasn't affected at all. But what that number comes from is that the federal government did increase their contribution for students. And as you may know, that when students apply for financial assistance, they get the federal portion first. If there's still need, because it's all based on unmet need, if there's still unmet need after the federal portion is given to students, then the Nova Scotia student loan kicks in. So with the increase in the federal student loan, we had monies that we still had remaining money. However, we gave most of that money to 12,000 students with a $1,350 grant this year with the savings in it. The other part of that, where it came from, was really a write-off of unpaid debt. Yeah, so through our loan forgiveness plan, through our repayment assistance plan, and for our post-secondary accessibility services is where a lot of that money went as well. So there wasn't any reduction at all to students, Nova Scotia students, in programming or supports that we gave them.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay, just a quick yes or no question. Will you release a provincial student housing strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I can't answer anything with a yes or no. We're still working on the strategy. We've announced so many good things. So part of what we're going to have in our strategy is going to be the history. We're still working with our universities and other post-secondaries because we're really looking, we wanted to make sure that we have the right tools available that are going to be effective for them. We didn't want to introduce tools that weren't going to work for them. So we've been in consultation with them to say, hey, we have a potential program through Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing that might work for you if we can change it around a little bit. We knew that the federal government was looking at coming with changes and stuff as well. We knew that our new bilateral agreements with the universities were going to have student housing attached to it as well. And so we want to ensure that every university has at least a 15% bed provisioning rate for students. And we only have 2 schools that are below that. One is Dalhousie and the other one is Cape Breton University. So that's why we put into our agreements that they have to show that they are making progress towards that. And that's why we will withhold part of their operational grants if they don't have that. However, we do know that both of those schools are certainly working towards it. We have full confidence that they will be successful in it as well. We will have a student housing strategy because the student housing strategy, and I mentioned it several times, is that it is going to pave a way forward for other things that we can potentially do with ideas, things we did hear from students, things we have heard from our post-secondaries. So we are committed to having a student housing strategy.
I recognize
yes.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay, that was good. Let's keep practicing on these yes or no questions. So yes or no in student assistance. So Nova Scotia students who qualify for student assistance will have access to the same amount of resources even if your budget is decreasing.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So our budget truly isn't decreasing. That's the thing, is that we've not taken any money off of the table. I didn't get a note of that. So no, we have, like, I know our programming and our supports are all remaining the same. So there will be no reduction in the supports that we give the Nova Scotia students. Is that a yes or a no? Is that yes? Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So, I was also interested to hear you talk about international students. So, an important part of our plan, want to make sure that measures to protect students need to make them feel welcome, certainly as a part of our population growth aspirations and potential in Nova Scotia. But what was released for universities in terms of the one-year strategic alignment document did no favors for international students. So instead of regulating international student tuition like Saskatchewan and BC, even in Ontario, they put a 5% cap on the tuition raises for international students. Here, you've told universities that they have to raise the tuition for international students by at least 9%, but then it's unregulated. People could raise it by 50% if they wanted to at this point. And I know that you've talked a bit about this true cost of education perspective, and I'm very curious about what you've calculated that as and how you calculate, what was the methodology. And conversely, have you spent some time calculating with an actual methodology the benefits, so the social return on investment of education for international students? So I really, I guess I heard your words about international students, which honestly was kind of reassuring, except that your actions don't line up to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
There's no doubt that I value international students. I fully understand what they contribute to our communities, to our economy, their potential. But international student fees across the country, Nova Scotia, is really in the middle. If you notice that we put that 9% increase for international students for all universities except for Dalhousie and King's. And the reason we didn't do them is because last year they did have an increase which was beyond the 9%. And I think those schools look at, what can the market bear for international students, and what are the benefits for them? Nova Scotia taxpayers do subsidize the over half a billion dollars that we contribute to them every year. And those are Nova Scotia tax dollars. So there is an expectation from Nova Scotians that this is for Nova Scotia students. This is where our tax dollars are. And don't feel that we should be subsidizing students from other countries coming into our province for their education. So that 9% will reflect an increase in revenues for the universities, may certainly have an impact as well for the number of international students, but we also noticed that the federal government, they basically doubled the amount of income, of resources that international students have to have, because they need to ensure that international students can support themselves while they're here. So there's a lot of things, not just the province, not just our government that's putting in place, but we do want international students to have a great experience. And I think the federal government's piece is really right along with ours as well. And do we need international students to fill even the part-time jobs and stuff that we have? Yes, absolutely. So I think we're better aligned with what the rest of Canada is doing. We're still well below the highest, and we're still right around the middle of the pack as far as what our international tuition is.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
You talked about the amount of Nova Scotia tax dollars that go to the post-secondary education system, but for most universities, I think all of them, I'm not even sure there's a university in this province where that provincial support actually accounts for more than 50%. So I also, and at the same time, you're talking to Nova Scotia taxpayers about, growing the economy and growing the population. So I guess, I still didn't hear about the methodology to determine this true cost of education and what specifically the cost of an international student's education is to an individual taxpayer. I don't know if you've looked at that. I mean, there's a couple of other things that could be done. Did you look at a cohort-based system? So that's one thing that I think, students have been pretty specific in asking for, which is, if you enter in year one, as an international student, or frankly as any student, that you know that your tuition is going to remain stable for the duration of your program, so 3 to 4 years for an undergrad. And, or even within that cohort, certain increases could be foreseen. But have you considered that type of model for international students or for other tuition fees?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is in fact the model that Dalhousie and King's have implemented, is that they have guaranteed the tuition rates for international students coming into their first year for their first 4 years, so that they can predict how much money it's going to cost them each year. So universities are independent board-governed institutions, and they'll set those policies the way that best suits them. I think universities are looking for ways to accommodate international students, to welcome international students. I think they want the best for them. They understand that we need international students to in order for universities to offer the programming that they have. So it's really up to universities to decide whether or not they're going to do a cohort-based tuition model.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
But surely the government could signal some of this, right? So you've set that, besides Dal and King's, that schools have to raise the tuition by 9%. So in a sense, I mean, you're playing in their policies. You're dictating their policies. So I mean, you could very well dictate their policies out, like for cohorts. I would just point that out. That seems to be within the capacity of the department. And I'm wondering about, so one of the areas where I was really surprised to see was that, some protection for Nova Scotia students, but out of province domestic students. So, and again, recognizing that, we have certain unique programs and universities. Certainly Dalhousie is the research powerhouse of the Maritime Provinces. So what do you expect to happen for Canadian students with uncapped tuition fees?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, it's interesting that when you asked the question, because we didn't change that policy. That's been the same policy that has been there when I came into the office in the years previous to that. There's never been a cap on tuition fees. Universities are independent board governed, and they need to look at, as any business would, what's the supply and what's the demand? How much money can we charge before we stop, get a decrease in students? So those are questions that the universities will have to answer for themselves. There's no doubt that we want to see students come in. We want more students to go to our post-secondary sector. So hopefully our universities will find the balance.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I wanted to ask some questions about the CBU Medical School, and we had a good start, so I'll sort of hop right in. There's currently a promotional video by the Premier that says outright that, that we'll be graduating 30 students a year to practice rural medicine in Nova Scotia. And I'm very curious about this return to service. Is the implication then that once this medical school is at full stream, that you'll have 120 students on return to service? I know we had this conversation last year, and also that's kind of not how medical school works, right? Like some people choose to go into specializations. Would we limit that? Would we say, no, you can't possibly become a peds emergency specialist because you went to CBU, so you've got to go be a family doctor in a rural area? So I'm really curious about this return to service process. And like you've got 5 students on it now, right? And 5 students to come, so there must be a model. Can you tell us about it?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So the model will be 2025-26, we'll start with 30 students, and then each year they'll accept 30 students. So typically every 4 years we'll have 30. There's a 5-year return of service, and I just found out for the member that asked me earlier, so it is a 5-year return of service, and that is the commitment to go to Cape Breton Medical School.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And what are you giving to students to get that 5 years of service?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So as it stands now, the only medical school that we have is Dalhousie University. A lot of students that want to go to Dalhousie from Nova Scotia can't get a seat, so they go elsewhere to get a seat. So what we're doing is increasing access for hopefully Nova Scotia students primarily that want to study in rural Nova Scotia, so that they can go to school right here in Nova Scotia and get their medical degree.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So will you be restricting applicants to Nova Scotia students, and how will that be defined? So if someone has come to Nova Scotia and done their undergrad, are they a Nova Scotia student? You've got 5 students there now. How are they, what's their return for service? What's the model?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the model is the same. So it's, as I mentioned in a previous question, preference is given to Nova Scotia students that want to study rural medicine in Nova Scotia. So outside of that, then we go to the Canadian students, and that's really what the focus is on, that these students will do their residencies in rural Nova Scotia, and hopefully they're going to stay in rural Nova Scotia where we need them.
The Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
How are you defining Nova Scotia students?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Yes. So I'm not sure how to answer your question. A Nova Scotia student is somebody that is could be somebody that's currently living in Nova Scotia, graduated perhaps from a school in Nova Scotia, went away, moved back, but Nova Scotia that is also that is committing to move back to Nova Scotia and study in rural Nova Scotia or work in rural Nova Scotia. Beyond that, I'm not sure how to answer your question. Do you have something in mind specific that might help me with that definition?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So for instance, I mean, lots of programs would have this definition of how you become a Nova Scotia resident, for instance. So if someone grew up in Nova Scotia but went to, Ontario to do their undergrad, so they are not currently a Nova Scotia resident, they were, a Nova Scotia resident. Does that mean they're a Nova Scotia student? For instance, in the States, if you complete 4 years of high school in the States, then you apply as an American student to American universities. If you complete 3 years, and it doesn't matter if you write the SATs, then you apply as an international student. So, I mean, it's not a ridiculous question, it's a very real question. How are you going to determine who is a Nova Scotia student?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So it is also the universities that are running the program. So the universities also, CBU and Dal, also the universities also have their definition of what a Nova Scotia student is. So I will have to also defer that to CBU because that's the new program. There's no doubt there's some intricacies there, but we'll wait to see what CBU has for that definition. So I apologize for the difficulty in trying to get at what you were trying to get at.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And could you provide that definition to me following these estimates process?
The Honourable Minister.
I promise to provide you with that information as soon as we find it out. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And just a couple more questions on CBU Medical School, because I think it's really important to get this right? Like you've stated clearly, aligning to government priorities. This is your government's priorities, healthcare. So if this is a big fix, like, it has to work. So, so what happens if a student, so one of the 5 that are already going, one of the 5 that are coming in September, they're in their medical education, and they decide that they actually want to do a specialty that maybe is not available through a residency program in a rural area. So because most of it would be family medicine with a few specialty positions. I have a friend waiting for the outcome of their residency application, and there are, very few and far between specialist positions in rural areas to do your residency. So you want to become a cardiologist, or you want to become an internal surgeon, or you want to become a pediatric specialist, and there's no residency placements. What's the impact on this 5-year service return and that sort of thing for that student?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those are something that we are also working on with the Department of Health and Wellness to get those definitions and how that's going to work. So we'll consult with the Department of Health and Wellness and get back to you on that as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And somewhat linked with the CBU Medical School, but having implications for other universities. So last year in March of 2023, you dispersed $37.4 million to SANFX for the Institute for Innovation in Health. You dispersed $25 million to SMU for the health data analytics and health system administration programs, and you dispersed $58.9 million. So all of this was year-end spending that could have come in the budget. It was a budget month. March is a budget month. And last year when we talked about this, you didn't know what the contracts look like that governed this money. So, so are they being ring-fenced at universities? I assume the contracts have been signed at this point. So is that funding ring-fenced for these particular initiatives at universities, or are they allowed to take them into their general revenue stream? And who's getting the interest from this funding? Well, like, are they maintained in a separate? So the money. So when CBU received $58.9 million last March, clearly that wasn't going to be spent in that fiscal year. Probably not to be spent in this fiscal year, right? It's over a certain time period. So were they allowed to roll that into their general revenue? Just making sure that they deliver on whatever the contract says, right? But they could spend, technically they could have spent that money on, they could have spent all that money this year, right? But they have to have the deliverables at the end of this. And if it wasn't ring-fenced, if it wasn't kept separate, who got the interest from that funding?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah. So the funding for the projects that you mentioned have all been dispersed to the universities, and the monies are sitting in an account restricted to only those projects. So it is the universities that are benefiting from the interest that they may be gaining from the project money.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And will the province be made aware of what that interest is for each of those accounts?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah, and the answer to that is no, we won't know what the interest is on those monies.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I wanted to turn to these new strategic alignment agreements that were dropped on universities, a couple weeks ago. So, sorry, now I'm just finding the proposals. So, so you've identified 5 common outcomes for universities, and you've asked them to come back and say how they're, sort of how their programs align with that. So things like meeting current and future economic and labor market needs, quick and efficient education of students, graduation of students and attachment to the workforce, research and innovation focus on achieving provincial priorities, and student well-being and mental health. So I'm curious what sort of definitions have been developed to guide universities in this. So, like, this is just such a data-driven exercise that, so the current and future economic and labor market trends. So did you give them what those are so that they could respond to them? And like quick and efficient education, like what is an efficient education?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are still working on defining what the strategic alignment proposals would look like. So we're still really defining the terms and conditions around that. We want to make sure that they're robust and that they do give the universities the adequate information that they need to develop proposals. And the other thing is that we will be in constant conversations with the universities to make sure that their proposal is the best that it can be and fits our government priorities as best it can be.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So, I mean, these were dropped on universities. This whole approach was dropped on universities, and I think, concept the Council of Nova Scotia University Presidents, I mean, they were pretty clear that this was, not part of a consultation process. They hadn't been in dialogue on these. So now it's dropped on them. When are their strategic alignment proposals due?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So we do expect to have something for summer of this year. So once we define exactly what what the requirements are, we will also set a date as well.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So you didn't consult, you didn't get them all the information they need to actually start working, and yet you expect like a robust and realistic answer in the summer?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah. So we basically have a university sector right now where our schools work often independent of each other, not always towards what the priorities of Nova Scotians are or what the priorities of government are. We make significant investments into the universities. We feel that these strategic alignment proposals, and eventually when we go to our bilateral agreements, that we will indeed be able to set each university up for even better success. So these agreements are very different. They're very different. We understand that. We understand that by being different, it also makes people anxious. But we have belief in what we have proposed. We have belief in our university sector. We believe that it will be better for students and Nova Scotians in general. We believe that that consultation process is going to happen over the next few months leading to the strategic alignment proposals and then eventually to the bilateral agreements. and we have full belief in the process. We did listen to concept, we did listen to students, we listened to community in order to get these, the idea of the bilateral agreements in place. So for this year, it's a strategic alignment proposal that will work closely with the universities to have them in, and we truly believe in this process. And the university have always stepped up, and they will step up again.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So since this was released, and I'm actually just needing to remind myself of the date, February 2nd, you know, how many times have you met with Concept?
Recognize the honourable minister for Advanced Education.
So our department has met with Concept, and Concept is certainly under the understanding that we are developing the guidelines for the strategic alignment proposals. We continue to have conversations with them back and forth through the department. We'll continue until we have the terms set out for the strategic alignment proposals.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So have you met with Concept as minister?
Recognize the honourable minister, Advanced Education.
I've met with this concept several times. Yes. So we met with Concept on February 1st, not on February 2nd. So we did let them know that this was going to be announced, and we let them know what the expectations were.
Recognize the honourable member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, that's helpful. So I asked you to define what an efficient education is, perhaps in your own view, what an efficient education is.
Recognize the honourable minister, Advanced Education.
So I've always wondered, and why we have billions of dollars in infrastructure, why we have university students, even NSCC, that go to school on a traditional year, school year of September to April. I find that in the summertime we'll have basically empty buildings. There is some programming going on, but certainly not full tilt like it would be from September through to April. I think there's a better way to do things, especially we're in the world is different right now. We're in Nova Scotia and in Canada, we're having population growth. We need workers, and we need them faster. When I did my education degree, I did it, I call it 1 year, but it wasn't really 1 year, it was really 9 months. And I did it at Mount St. Vincent University. And then, but at the same time, other programs were being offered. At Acadia, for example, I had a 2-year program. So I always wondered, why would I spend 2 years at Acadia when I could do it in 1 year or 8 or 9 months by the time I finished the practicum? I always wondered why I couldn't go to school. I can. I mean, I talk about accelerated programs, and when I first brought up the idea, the answer I got from, academics and presidents was like, well, you can accelerate your program, but you do it yourself, right? You take extra courses in the spring, you take extra courses in the summer. But if I want to be a teacher, and we need teachers right now, if I can do my education in 8 months online from my home and do my pre-service teaching in my home school, that's a win-win for everybody. It's not sacrificing the education at all. They're still getting the same curriculum. They're still getting the same amount of pre-service teaching. Nova Scotia Teachers College is certainly an example. I think it was dismantled in the mid-90s. But Nova Scotia Teachers College always had the reputation of having the best teachers, always. And it was known. It was very well known. And they had a 3-year program and a 4-year program, and they were both integrated programs. And I spoke to several teachers. And I even spoke to teachers that taught at the school. And they said they were in the classrooms by the end of September of the first year. And you find out very quickly, once you're in a classroom, whether or not you're going to be a teacher or not. So the current system is that you do a bachelor's degree, you do an undergraduate degree. Most of them are 4-year degrees before you ever see a classroom. There are schools, as we did our research, that actually have 3-year undergraduate general programs that you can still get into an education degree, but very few people knew about it. So for the most part, it's a 4-year degree, whether you do science or whether you do arts or you do English or you want to be a social studies teacher, and then you do your education degree. And what I find really unfortunate about it is that once those students, even though everybody has experienced school because they went through school, think they know what it's like to be a teacher. And in that first month after a 4-year degree, it's like, I don't want to be a teacher. So I think there are ways, such as this 8-month program that's very intensive, that students start in January, they graduate in August, and they can start work in September. So when we say making programs more efficient, that's what we mean. Dalhousie has an accelerated nursing program where you can do in 3 years. And I think that's a great program. So we're always looking for ways to utilize the resources that we have. And we have billions of dollars of infrastructure right across this province that sits idle, basically idle, not fully. We have residences that can be filled throughout the spring and the summer months as well. So we have to look at things differently. I look at NSCC and I look at the programs that they're offering even if you want to become a tradesperson. And why are we sending kids from September till April when we could be sending them from September to the end of August to get their programs? As for the students' benefit, they get to the workforce earlier, they earn an income earlier, they start their lives 1 year earlier. So I think there's a lot of benefit to it. Is it for everybody? Maybe not. But the thing is, we're in a culture where we have our kids that are in school and we think, oh, what do I want for my child? And we think, oh, everybody's in the mindset they go to school from university September to April or NSCC from September to April. And I don't think that should be the case. I think that we have the pieces in place and we need to use unutilized facilities in order to educate all students. So.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
I mean, I certainly think having more flexible models is really important, particularly thinking of diverse students. And I know your examples often talk about kids and being parents and going to school, but I also think, really we need to support lifelong learning. So I definitely think that having different models, I just trying to measure the efficiency of a program and having that be one of the 5 key pillars seems that it will not fit for all universities and for all programs, and it won't fit for all students because a lot of students also need to work in the summer to be able to afford the rest of the year. So that's one of the reasons why we have that. And in fact, if we take Nova Scotia students off cycle too far, unless it's the part of the program, then we're really putting them into an unfair competition for summer employment with the rest of the country. So you talked about, and one of the other areas is research on provincial priorities. So as you noted, much of external research funding is not from Nova Scotia. We have Research Nova Scotia that does excellent work and certainly, provides great value to the community in terms of knowledge translation and making sure that Nova Scotia researchers have a chance to connect with community and do great work in that way. But, a lot of research funding is national or international. There's increased amounts of private sector research funding. So I'm curious kind of what the goal is. Is it all research in Nova Scotia should respond to Nova Scotia priorities? And then the question is, how are those determined? So if I might use a personal example from my life, so as you know, I just completed my PhD. When I started studying integrated youth services, actually this province had not committed to them. It wasn't a provincial priority, but I knew it was coming. And so I received the Nova Scotia Graduate Scholarship, so definitely received money from the Nova Scotia taxpayer to support my education, for which I was incredibly grateful and couldn't have done it without it. But, you know, yeah, it wasn't a Nova Scotia government priority when I started studying it. Now it is, which is fantastic, and the subject for another estimates session. But so how are you going to determine, like, what's the goal with research? All research, Research Nova Scotia, and how do you? And if you say, well, you know, hydrogen, green hydrogen is a Nova Scotia priority right now, but nuclear isn't in terms of energy. Isn't that sort of cutting us off from evaluating our options? And I mean, I could give you 100 examples of that, obviously. So no, I've only got like 10 minutes or so left, 15 minutes. And I have other questions.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And by the way, congratulations. It's an unimaginable amount of effort and tenacity to do your PhD, so congratulations on that. I just wanted, before I answer your research question, you made a comment about getting students off cycle, students that have to work and whatnot, and accelerating learning is not for everyone, but options. And I do agree that we do need options. But the whole idea of us, so we have gone through the system, we're older, we're adults. A student in grade 6 doesn't know what the cycle is. There is no cycle. The cycle only begins once you start noticing what the cycles are, what the options are. So a student that's in grade 6 right now, in 6 years or 7 years, or when they choose to go to post-secondary, if there are more options, it's just that's just going to be the cycle, whether it's a 3-year degree or a 2-year degree, or that will become the norm. It's not the norm. We're the underutilization of assets. It's really a waste, and I think there's a lot of potential there that can bring in even the universities more money, depending on how things work. So I think that eventually, once it becomes the norm, because in the 1970s we still had 3-year programs, 3-year degrees. There's a lot of academics out there right now that did a 3-year undergraduate. Now we have 4-year undergraduates. And in all fairness to that, that's where we were in life. There weren't a lot of jobs back then. Universities didn't cost as much to go to school, so people stayed in school longer. But right now, we're in a society where we need students still to get a quality education, but we need them in school for less time. As far as Research Nova Scotia and our priorities for Nova Scotia, some of those, there's no doubt they're yet to be determined because the future is there. But when we talk about government monies, we talk about government dollars, public dollars that go towards research. That's what we're really focused on, ensuring that schools are doing the things that we need them to do the research on. But schools have always stepped up. So Dalhousie is a perfect example of that. A lot of the solutions that we have as a province, as government, a lot of that research came through Dalhousie, for example, and other institutions as well. So I think the government priorities, if it's healthcare right now, boy, there's lots of great research in healthcare going on, not just at Dal. So there's some of that still has to be defined, and we're still working towards that.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, so I am not happy to bring up Happy Pat. I just want to let you know that. Got to hear about it in Municipal Affairs and Housing, which only spawned new questions, so here we are again. And I guess I have a few questions, but so in the first year, 10 matches have been made. And so that's $200,000 in marketing and communications. And I guess if the full contract is $1.13 million, then an additional 300 plus for, I guess, helping people do their criminal reference checks, which you can do on your own. So at a certain, so you're trying something new, I get that, but at a certain point, you have to decide if something is actually working. You have a 2-year contract. So, like, is it, I mean, it's not working yet, is, I don't think, an unfair accusation. How long are you going to wait? How are you going to decide what's in the contract? So, like, what are the deliverables? How many matches did they promise you? And when are you just going to say, actually, you know, colleagues around the table, because it's a 3-department thing, this isn't working, we're going to try something else?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So here's my fear. My fear is that there's a good idea out there that may not take off. And that's the truth. I think it's a great idea. I think it has potential, and it may not take off. When we did inquire earlier on with HappyPad, is that their coordinator for Nova Scotia, I believe was out for a period of time, so things had stalled. We've been trying to get HappyPad to do the promotions and stuff that we were promised. But regardless if it's HappyPad or it's something that I think that home sharing has a lot of potential. It's a different way of thinking of things. It's something that we're not used to. But I'm not afraid to try things. I'm not afraid to try things. And when you look, when we saw the number of 130,000 empty rooms across the province, it's a huge potential. If you get a small community that has 10, that's great. If you get a larger community that has 100, that's still pretty good. But my fear is that I think it's a great idea. It needs a lot of work, but it would be a real shame if the home sharing idea went away. And the Premier has said it, and I'll say it, is that we're not afraid to try things. That's innovative and different. HappyPad is, I don't think it's innovative, but I think it's different for what we have. And I just think that it would be a real shame to see a home sharing potential, whether it's HappyPad or something else, go away. It doesn't matter to me if it's HappyPad. It really doesn't. But what does matter is that we can do a better job in community, at our schools, as politicians, to promote home sharing programs. This wasn't, a huge investment to test drive something, but it has huge potential. So I think we still have to look at home sharing as a viable alternative and keep moving forward on it. Because we don't have to build the buildings that are already there. We have to match people. It's matchmaking. It's almost like a dating service. You have to figure it out. But you have to, well, it's true. If you own a home and you have a room, you have to have a profile, you have to have your security checks, and then that student also has to match. So it's still there. We still have another year of HappyPad, and I hope that we can improve on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And I'm glad to hear that you're working with them on their problems. I did note that on Indeed.ca last week that the HappyPad job announcement for their TikTok Nova Scotia creator was there, paying a living wage, I might add, at $25 an hour, which, this is all part of the marketing and comms budget. It is not a huge investment, but it is taxpayer money. And I just think at a certain point, paying attention to the contracts that you sign and what we're getting from them is really important. And I just also really want to go on the record, like I come from a home sharing family. Like my mother-in-law who lived near Dal, dozens of students, and we've had 2 people through our spare room in the past 12 months. So you're right, it's a great idea. It works well in many contexts, but it didn't take an app for any of those placements to happen. And it certainly didn't take an app from another part of the country that didn't even have a Nova Scotia presence. So just one more question on HappyPad. And it's a yes or no question. So was it sole sourced? Was it a sole source contract?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Before I answer yes or no, I'm happy to see that you have that background and see the benefit of it, and there's no doubt. But if I think of myself when I'm an international student, or I'm a student from out of town, I may live in Yarmouth and want to move to Halifax, or I'm from another province, wouldn't it be great if I could communicate with a source, call it HappyPad, call it whatever, before I ever step foot in the province or in the city or whatever town I'm in, and know I have a place to live, a place that's been vetted, a place I know the rent's going to be, that I know that, hey, I'm living with a senior or seniors that need help with mowing their lawn and shoveling their driveway, and that's all part of what I do. It's a major benefit. It's a major comfort to parents. If I live in India and I know that my son or daughter is coming to Nova Scotia, wouldn't it be great? So there is a lot of benefit to that home sharing program, and to have a matchmaking company such as HappyPad there. As to your question, I'll find that information out, and I promise to get it back to you. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And you know, sort of concerns about rent and fairness and safety. I mean, you know, there's a whole other way that you could get at that for people, and that's through a residential tenancies enforcement program, so that people know their rights can be protected both for the person renting and the renter. So you mentioned the AST funding, so $3 million to the Atlantic School of Theology to preserve and maintain residences and add 32 new beds. And I'm just wondering sort of what the rationale was for this, considering, I mean, AST has a ton of, you know, mature, sort of what we used to call mature students, lifelong learners, who come to ministry, you know, as a second or third or fourth career, and are so often aren't looking for like a residence type experience. So, so just wondering about that investment.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did tour AST, and I did have a look at the residence, and when it was kind of in its original state, and there were students there. AST, you know, works very closely with St. Mary's University and other schools, so they have students there from all schools, really, even from Mount St. Vincent that were living there. But they were very traditional dorm style student housing. Their conversion is not just that type of housing. They've added washroom facilities, different types of kitchen facilities, and they've offered facilities that would probably be more attractive to our lifelong learners. And I think that's the whole focus with student housing in general, is that the nature of students have changed for the most part. The demographics have changed. Students do want those communal spaces. Students, like from certain cultures, love to cook together. Like, they needed bigger spaces. And I think as we develop student housing, we really have to look into that.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so can you clarify if any of the new rooms at AST are sort of for families? And can you remind me if any of the 640 spots at NSCC, are any of them family rooms?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
So the spots at AST, I'll confirm what type of rooms are there. I know that they have changed the nature of the rooms so that they're not all traditional dorm-style rooms. NSCC, the reason that we went with the traditional build for them was more speed than anything. If we had to go out to look for new designs and new tenders, it would have been a lot longer. We wouldn't have had those residences ready to go in September of this year. We still know that there is still a demand out there for that type of housing, student housing as well, but there's no doubt that there is a need for a variety so that students do have choice when they go to our post-secondaries.
Order. That would conclude the NDP's round of questioning. We'll start with the Liberal round, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. How are you doing, Minister?
I'm doing great.
I just wonder, like earlier when I started speaking, I was mentioning about the trades, and you know, I can remember a time when anybody interested.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax City, Sable Island.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. So I'm just wondering if I could, so we've had 3 hours so far, right? And I thought that we were turning to all new affairs now. And we are each having half an hour. Unless we're continuing on till tomorrow, but I have questions for all new affairs, so I'd like to make sure that happens.
My understanding is that you could use the time to ask either question that you wish. I believe that we're going to be going until 9:25 tonight. That'd be our 4 hours, pending if it goes longer. Or does that answer your question? I recognize the honourable member, Halifax, City, Sable Island.
And so just to clarify, so that's like half an hour each? Is that the plan for the next hour? Or how does that get determined? I'm a little rusty after a year break from estimates.
I'm just in for the duration.
Minister, how much time are you requiring for your closing remarks? I recognize the minister.
Four and a half minutes. Or less.
If I may, if you'd like to do 30 minutes each or divided, that would work to fit in the 4 hours for tonight. However, if you require more time, obviously there'd be more time tomorrow.
So I have 30 minutes, is what you're saying. That's your choice. You take the full hour and then we'll do
Yeah, it'd be about 28 minutes if that's what you agree to. I recognize the honourable member, Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Just going to get through a few questions. And I can start on the new affairs and then go back. I mean, I have the freedom to do that, do I not? Yes. So anyway, so I was referencing, I will go to the new affairs now, and I will, if time permits, I will ask my other questions I started with. So Minister Wong, you are now the third minister in 2 years to hold the office of the new affairs. And in the past, I know the NDP Premier, whom I knew, Darrell Dexter, he said it was important for the Premier to hold that post, and as did the Liberal Premiers afterwards. And this position was held by the Premiers because to respect the nation-to-nation relationships. So have you met with all the chiefs in the province?
I recognize the honourable minister.
So first off, I do want to state that I'm very proud. I'm very honored to have this role as Minister of All New Affairs. I was very fortunate to be able to have met with the chiefs, the Council of Chiefs for Nova Scotia. There were also councillors from the province that were represented there from the different bands, and also from the mainland chiefs as well that were there. So it was really introductory. My first statement to them was, I really want you to learn to know me as a person before you really get to learn to know me as a minister. I think relationships are more important than anything when dealing with anybody, but including our First Peoples of Nova Scotia. I was very fortunate in my education career to have taught Mi'kmaq studies. Not that it made me an expert, but it does give me some background to start a conversation. But what's important to me is that for me to really understand issues, for me to really understand potential, for me to understand ways that we can work together. I did promise each of the chiefs that I was going to visit each of the First Nations reserves, meet with them, meet with their council, maybe even more than once. But for me right now, it's all about listening. I know that Deputy Houston has been working with Elnu Affairs for a number of years, very well versed with the people, very well versed on the issues. But what I really took to heart from our meeting was that all of the chiefs were generally concerned about their own communities. They were also generally concerned about the Mi'kmaq community of Nova Scotia and how to move forward. Not all of them spoke at the roundtable that we had, because it was quite brief. But I was very encouraged to hear that a lot of them, they have ideas on how to move their communities forward, but not even just their communities, but our province. So I think we need to commit to, that I need to commit to listening, to find ways to work together, to find ways to solve things that come up in each of the communities and for Nova Scotia as a whole. Very committed to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. And you know, my background as an educator certainly fits the bill for some of those things. I was very fortunate 2 years ago to attend the Council of Education Ministers Canada in Saskatchewan. And the theme of it was really around our Indigenous peoples, around our First Peoples. MK, Mi'kmaq, Kinamalaway, they were also there. So I got to spend some time with them, have some good conversations about Mi'kmaq education in Nova Scotia. They, of course, also work very closely with the Department of Education. But there were a lot of really good things that are going on in the rest of Canada. Maybe we can adopt some of those things here. So for some of those ways, I already had some of those relationships. So I'm really looking forward to working together and really moving forward.
I recognize the honourable member, Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
In your listening, Minister, the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs had publicly voiced concerns on the emergency order of Lake Pesiquit over the last 9 months, and they've said that they have not had meetings with Minister Lohr and that this has been a step backwards towards reconciliation. Have you had meetings with the Assembly as the New Affairs Minister regarding this emergency order?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, New Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have not. So my appointment was last week, and we haven't had an opportunity to sit down and talk about specific issues.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
And now that was my only questions for the New Affairs, and I'll go back to what I was saying earlier with regards to the community colleges and the trades. I just wondered, you have more spots for LPNs. What campuses and when will they be implemented?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
What I love mostly about your question is that we actually have a program with the Pictou First Nations where there are 30 students that are about to embark on an LPN program at our NSCC Pictou campus. So that's 30 seats, and right now they're working with the students to ensure that they have the proper credentialing and upgrading those that needed to get into the program. The other ones that we had announced, more practical nursing seats, it was 30 at Annapolis Valley, Lunenburg, each of Annapolis Valley, Lunenburg, Strait Area, and Truro, which had begun this year in September. Burge and Kingstech actually started in January of this year, and there's a total of 180 seats, and the 30 seats for the Mi'kmaq cohort that will go through in September is in addition to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Great news, and so thank you for that. And I guess to what I was starting to preface earlier was, I know I come from, I guess, people who are leaving the trades at this point in time, approaching retirement. When they became in the trades, they had a high school equivalency, and then they went to a vocational school, and they graduated. By the time of grade 12, they had their trade. And I just wondered if you were looking at any kind of accelerated program for the trades, like you're looking at teachers.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you for that question. And yes, we are working on things, and things will happen. And I did mention that we are looking at dual credentialing, for example, for high schools and for NSCC, which will accelerate it. But I do want to talk about direct entry. Is that I don't think students, if with a high school diploma, they could graduate, and if they were an employer, even in their hometown, that was a journey person, they could be hired. If they registered with the apprenticeship program, they could get hired and get paid a wage or a salary. There's actually a certain scale that the apprenticeship agency uses that you would start as a beginning apprentice, and then as you progress, once you get so many hours in, and you can learn on the job, and then every so often you would have to go and to do your courses and to still pass your exams as you go through the process. Direct entry is something that most people don't know about. The youth apprenticeship had been out there for a lot of years, even when I was a teacher and as a principal that was there, but I don't know anybody that successfully used it because employers didn't know about it, didn't know how to register for it, didn't have any information about it, and since employers didn't know it, students didn't know about it. So I think it is certainly incumbent upon us to start promoting that because it is very viable, especially for a youth apprentice that sees themselves as wanting to get into the trades. They can really try it out very early on. So there's some good things happening. I wish I could share more with you at this time, but we're working on some really good initiatives, and hopefully we'll be able to have that come to fruition very soon.
Recognize the Honourable Member Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I conclude, and I pass some time on to Minister next.
Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Member Cumberland North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just another question along the same lines with the apprenticeship. We did have some members of the apprenticeship agency came up and met with some trades people in Cumberland to address some of their concerns. And one of the overarching concerns was that they had a hard time getting the support from the government to address issues as far as the students had questions, and they found the timelines too long, and they specifically asked, could there be someone, a staff person in Cumberland, because they didn't have any problem with the staff out of Truro. They were great to deal with, but there just wasn't enough staff to meet the demands of all the people that are trying to train students. So I don't know, I'm just wondering if that's been looked at, and if not, is that something the department would consider? Because it is causing delays in getting our tradespeople ready to get into the workforce.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is funny, there's definitely a definite crossover between advanced education and LSI through the apprenticeship agency. There's no doubt that we need to get people into the system as quickly as possible. But that question, I will defer that to Labour Skills and Immigration.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to go back and ask a couple more questions about CBU and the medical school, and just for more clarification. So, Minister, I believe you had said right now there's 5 medical students that have already started at CBU or will be starting this September, and then the number is going to go up to 30 entrants into their first year. And I believe you also said that those 30 students can be from anywhere in Canada, so domestic students, not international students, but not necessarily from Nova Scotia. And I believe you also said that there will be preferential treatment for Nova Scotians who are interested in practicing family medicine here in Nova Scotia, and they will get a return of service, or they'll provide a return of service for 5 years. So can you share with us how will it be decided if a Nova Scotia student, like how many of those 30 seats will be allocated? If there's 30 Nova Scotians interested in practicing family medicine here when they graduate, will those 30 seats be filled with Nova Scotians if there are 30 Nova Scotians interested? And will their tuition be paid fully? Is that what they'll be receiving for their return of service?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So the program right now actually has 10 students, because there were 5 students that came in 2022, 23, 5 more students, and that started 23, 24, so there's 10 students. So the program right now is really in partnership with Dalhousie, and until Cape Breton, goes through the full process and their accreditation as a school, we're still a ways away from that. So the start of the school, even with 30 students, is still going to be in partnership with Dalhousie University. So the schools have Nova Scotia student preference. I hope that we get 30 qualified applicants from Nova Scotia, and then Cape Breton will have 30 qualified Nova Scotia students that want to work in rural Nova Scotia, because that is the focus.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it's getting late. My apologies. Question is, so they're actually medical students of Dalhousie, but doing their medical training at CBU, through CBU, is my understanding. And the 5 students, were they additional students that in addition to what Dalhousie would have normally had, or is it just 5 of Dalhousie's medical students are at CBU? And my a question that I had asked previously was, what are they getting as students? Like, what are they getting? Are they getting their tuition paid for? Are they getting a wage? What are they receiving that then they in turn would do this return of service in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently Dalhousie, or before the school opened up, Dalhousie was at capacity. We have a lot of Nova Scotia students that were going to other provinces in the U.S., other countries, to become a doctor. And we know that if students are being educated outside of Nova Scotia and they do their residency outside of Nova Scotia, there's a good chance that they're going to stay where they're doing their residency. Just like your example, when if you have a nurse that's educated and doing their practicum in New Brunswick, there's a propensity that they may stay there. So the seats at CBU are additional seats to what Dalhousie had. And when you talk about schools working together and Dalhousie stepping up, and they did step up, and they did find faculty, and they did find the resources, and they did find a way to work with Cape Breton University. Cape Breton University came across with a very unique proposal to really focus on the difficulties in finding rural doctors, and very happy with that. So right now the seats at Cape Breton universities are being subsidized by the province. However, students are still expected to pay their tuition as they would pay their tuition to go to school.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's actually no benefit to the student is what I'm understanding. So they still have to pay full tuition and they're not receiving any sort of incentive to, like, I'm just wondering what would compel them to stay in Nova Scotia if they're not actually receiving anything.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are additional seats. These are seats where if I wanted to be a doctor and Dalhousie was full, that I couldn't become a doctor unless I moved out of province. That would put me into the tailspin of applying to other provinces, the United States, Australia, places that they can be accredited as a doctor and come back to Nova Scotia, hopefully. So the benefit is that they can be educated in Nova Scotia. If I live in Sydney, Nova Scotia, and I want to become a doctor, pretty sweet that I could go to Cape Breton University. And the more that we can do healthcare programming or any programming where we can allow students to stay in their home community or close to their home community, that's a benefit for everyone. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Minister, can you tell us, will they be told where to go, or will the students be spread out through all Nova Scotia? Even though they're training in Cape Breton, will they be staying in Cape Breton, or can they go to any place in Nova Scotia when they do their return of service?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Yeah, so my understanding is, thank you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is certainly that rural Nova Scotia, so it's not just Cape Breton.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Recognizing, of course, that you are new in the position of all new affairs, but I do have some questions for that, and perhaps you can tell me about what the department has been doing. Build Nova Scotia lists the office as a partner organization in monitoring the cleanup of Boat Harbour, and there was a really disturbing article today in All Nova Scotia that despite the Pictou Landing First Nation Chief Tamara Young saying that the community is opposed to the proposed solution for the sludge, the Public Works Minister confirmed that that was the solution that was sent to Ottawa for approval, and that it would take, the alternatives were too costly and a counter proposal from Pictou Landing would be too time-consuming. And I guess I'm not sure that sounds like decisions being made in the spirit of reconciliation. So I'm just wondering what involvement your office has had in this issue.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no doubt that Boat Harbour continues to need a solution. I did meet with the former chief and the chief of Pictou Landing First Nations last week. I know it's a topic that is top of mind. I read the article this morning, but I am still new to the file. I'm looking forward to having conversations with Pictou First Landing. Build Nova Scotia is looking for solutions. There's no doubt. And as far as the consultations and stuff go, I do know that Build Nova Scotia, the Department of Elderly Affairs, has been working together and trying to find the solution. So when I have more information and once I get more embedded into the file, I'll certainly be able to answer your questions more fully.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I mean, that would be great if, in fact, alternative solutions were being sought, but according to this article, the government has submitted the proposal with the solution that the community doesn't support. And so, you know, I mean, really the whole story of Boat Harbour is about a community that has fought, as you know, for decades to have their environmental and health rights recognized. So how would you, what would you see a solution as at this point, if that's what the government has put forward as their recommended solution?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Elderly Affairs.
So when I answered your question, I was trying to really get to the consultation process, and I'm not familiar as deeply as that, so I don't mind commenting on that further later on. But the solution that has been put forward to the federal government is a solution that can start the cleanup as soon as it would be approved. But we're absolutely committed to continue working with the community, continue listening to see if there's other solutions that may be viable.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So would the government be willing to pull this approval process and resubmit something that the community supports?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So the issues with any project, anything that's going on within Elderly Affairs, because our main focus is to really connect the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia with the appropriate departments and work with them in order to get things resolved or to look for opportunities. So this would have to be something that we would consult with other departments before could even contemplate an answer to that question.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So, I mean, the budget for Elderly Affairs is fairly steady, stable going forward in the next year. But, do you have resources available to support Pictou Landing First Nation in their negotiations or being able to access the expertise to develop other alternatives? And within your own department, what resources are allocated, people and money, to this issue?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Elderly Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Build Nova Scotia has contributed millions of dollars to Pictou Landing First Nations in the whole process, and Build Nova Scotia has certainly and will contribute to the process. So as far as our department goes, no, we don't contribute to that, but we have the other arm of government that does.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And so moving along to another water question. So as you know, Mi'kmaq communities have raised serious concerns about what's going on in terms of Lake Pisiquid and the Windsor Abateau. So the Abateau has been remained closed under a ministerial emergency order for several months, constantly being renewed. So what work is your office doing to ensure that Mi'kmaq communities are adequately consulted and engaged on this ongoing issue?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Elnu Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our role at Elnu Affairs is to make sure that we facilitate those discussions. So we would facilitate the discussions with Public Works, with the Mi'kmaq communities, and certainly the federal government. So that's what our role is, and that's what we've been doing, and we'll continue to do that.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And are you engaging with EMO on this as well?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our department isn't, like I say, directly involved in it, but EMO through Municipal Housing and Municipal Affairs is engaged with the organizations. So.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
That's still honorable. Okay, so that's helpful. And so in terms of Mi'kmaq language revitalization strategy, so, you know, with the important passing of recognizing Mi'kmaq as the first language of Nova Scotia, there was a commitment to a strategy. So are we going to see that strategy this year?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Elnu Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as a teacher, when through Mi'kmaq studies and teaching that, one of the things I learned from speaking to the Mi'kmaq in different communities, it was kind of a neat thing to learn that most of the Mi'kmaq language is spoken on the island of Cape Breton. And the further you move away from Cape Breton, the fewer and fewer speakers there are. And I always found that fact quite tragic, to tell you the truth, but also makes sense because the Mi'kmaq communities were closer together, there were larger communities. So I think the Languages Act, I think it's about time we had it. I really do. And I'm very proud to have passed that piece of legislation. It's important. Language is so important to culture. It's so important to that way of life. That's how you connect with your ancestors. That's how you connect. And I think it's important that we recognize that. We do know that the Department of Education is working on curriculum in elementary, middle school, and through high school to really bring it up to a level where children are exposed at early ages. And especially in the Mi'kmaq communities, that those resources are more and more available. So Mi'kmaq Kinamalaway has been consulting with the Department of Education. The 13 communities have been involved in kind of the consultation process, and they really hope to have something available by summer or early fall. So.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, so the answer is yes, we can expect to see the strategy this year. One of the concerns that folks in the Mi'kmaq community have raised to me Because it's not, I mean, what you're talking about in terms of Department of Education curriculum, I think is not what I was really asking about. So what I was asking about was revitalization to have Mi'kmaq as a, working and living language. And we've seen enormous declines in the past couple of decades, right? So this is, really important. But what I've heard from a lot of Mi'kmaq folks is concern over the lack of resources for Mi'kmaq language training. So really at this point, within communities in Halifax, there's, it's actually very hard to find language instructors. So there's a real need to respond. I mean, communities are struggling to find people to continue the language. So what's being done to support that? Again, this sort of concept of lifelong learning or, reclamation.
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it really is a multifaceted approach to increasing language use and people learning the language. Being offered through education is certainly part of that. There are federal dollars that are also coming down. We're looking to see what that is, to see what we can also do. But it is important that that language, that people can be immersed in language. One of the best ways to learn is certainly to immerse yourself in it, but we do need more Mi'kmaq language speakers there. So it is a multifaceted approach, and we'll continue to work with the federal government and our Mi'kmaq communities to make sure that happens.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So if the strategy is expected this year, is there a funding allocation within your budget or within other departments' budgets to implement the strategy?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Elnu Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. So we are looking forward to finish the consultations to see where best or how best to deliver the education, which will certainly be multifaceted. And as far as which budget that would come out of, it really depends on what comes out of the consultation to see what's the best way to get this programming or to get things done. So it could come out of several departments, could come out of one department. So we'll see once we end the process and see where it takes us.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I can't help but say that it's a good thing that you have the ability to appropriate additional appropriations without having to come back to the legislature. So you can have the strategy announced in the summer and then fund it, which I hope you do fund it well, but it would be nice to have a chance for the legislature to also ensure that, as the Nova Scotia government, we are living up to our obligations to the Mi'kmaq people. So I wanted to ask, in terms of your office and work supporting other Indigenous peoples within Nova Scotia. So, certainly as our population has grown, actually the diversity of First Nations, Innu, and Métis folks in Nova Scotia has grown as well. And so what is your role in supporting urban and Indigenous folks and other, different communities within indigeneity?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that that when we took our government 2021 is that we did change the name from from the Department of Aboriginal Affairs to ELNO Affairs, and we did ELNO Affairs to really respect and reflect, our commitment to the first people of Nova Scotia, which were the Mi'kmaq. However, it's not that we ignore other Aboriginal groups that are here. We work closely with the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center. We also work with the Native Council. So we will continue to work with all groups that are represented in Nova Scotia.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so in terms of within the department, are there folks focused on Inuit in Nova Scotia? Are there folks focused on Innu in Nova Scotia? So how do you make sure that you're connecting with the various communities?
Recognize the honourable minister.
So to reach out to other communities and other members from other Indigenous groups, we do depend on organizations like the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, and we would deliver the same programming through them that would be applicable to other Indigenous populations.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so now I actually just want to skip to another issue. And I think we talked about this earlier, and I am probably getting a little tired, so I hope I'm not repeating a question. So you talked about the NSCC Pictou campus with the first practical nursing Mi'kmaq cohort, and it was open to 30 registrants. So were all the spots filled this first year?
Recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll look into it to find the number, but what I do know is that one of the things that we also committed to was ensuring that that people that wanted to do the program that didn't have the credentials, and some of them are upgrading for the program. So it hasn't started yet, but we'll look for the final numbers on that for you.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
That's actually all the questions I have. Would anybody else like to?
I recognize the honourable member, Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. And I just wondered if the minister would like to clarify as to when the name change actually took place for the New Affairs.
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And I do apologize for the error. In my reading, I looked at it was 2021, but it was under the former Rankin government. Thank you.
Okay. I recognize the honourable member, Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I could ask the minister, please, and it's concerning New Affairs, because I have 2 reserves within my constituency and 2 neighboring reserves too. So there are 4 reserves on Cape Breton. No, there's more than 4 reserves, there's 5. But just because of the proximity, I just like to ask the minister a couple of questions. And one is about engagement. And I guess the question would be how the minister and the department intends to foster an engagement on such things as clean energy, sustainable prosperity, and everything else. What might be your plans as you transition into this position?
I recognize the honourable minister, New Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. I think the first thing is, and as I said, the very first thing that I said when I met with the chiefs was that I need to build a relationship, and I think by going to each of the communities and speaking to the chiefs, speaking to the council, speaking to people that live there, is to really find out what do they need, what do they see as their challenges or their opportunities. And there's a lot of opportunities. I'm so amazed sometimes to see how far some of the communities have come over the last few decades. And I grew up in Digby, and Bear River First Nations is very near and very dear to my heart for a number of different reasons. But to watch that community evolve from where it was when I was a teenager to where it is today, and having one of the initiatives is a 75% stake in the Pines Hotel and golf course in Digby. So I think that's a lot of what we need to do is to work with each community and find out what can we do to help. What do you see as your potential for your community? I think Cape Breton has an awful lot of potential. There's so much that's going on with wind energy, potential hydrogen energy, with the grid, all of those things. So I believe it's building a relationship. I believe it's visiting the communities and listening, and to ensure that we're connecting them and networking them with the people that they need to as best we can.
So what does it
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you very much, but I don't get a chance to speak very much anymore, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, would your department be involved with interdepartmental stuff with the Minister of Economic Development and everything to bring forward even more success? Because when you look at a reserve like Member 2 that just has grown so significantly, it's outgrown the city of Sydney as far as industry goes and everything else, I guess you want to look at it. So is that the plan? You'll be working interdepartmental, as I say, with economic development or whatever department might be required?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the thing is that that's already been happening. Elno Affairs does help try to connect communities with the resources that they need, whether it's a consortium. You look at the development in Member 2, for example, and see how much that community has developed. I mean, it's a leader right across North America, right across Canada, what's going on there. So, and that's kudos to community leadership, to the chiefs, to the councils, in order to make that happen. So, and our role in Elno Affairs is to exactly what you were just mentioning. So, thank you for that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for tonight. I'm cognizant that you'll want to give your closing remarks tonight. That's our goal. But I do have one question, and I was listening earlier to your comments around Cape Breton University, and some of them were a bit, different than the message that I've heard from the past, and. What's happening in CBU is great, and of course when you have that many students come into a community, of course there's going to be challenges when it comes to growth. But as we all know, we want to grow sustainably within our communities. But some of your comments led me to believe that you had some concerns around what the next steps are. So do you want to elaborate? Can you elaborate on that for me?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I have concerns, my concerns would be around students. My concerns would be around students that that they didn't get what they expected. I have concerns around community members that may start seeing international students as the problem. And that concerns me a lot because it has nothing to do with the international students. They came to a school to get an education. A lot of them want to become part of that community, which is great. I've heard some really positive, there's a lot of good stories out there about students coming into Cape Breton, going to school, finding a home, loving everything about Cape Breton, because there's so many things to love about Cape Breton. But yet there are some stories on the other side of it, and some of those stories, made national media. But Cape Breton University understands that they have some things that they need to work on. They have committed to a 2-year plan to reduce their student population to 7,000, which is very positive. They also have a plan to increase their student housing, which I also find very positive. So there are good things that are happening, and I think we need to continue working with their international student population, with their universities. We know that the universities have to continue working with their agents. I know through Edgenova that there is an agent training program that they're trying to implement to ensure that agents are ethical, that they're giving the right information, because we want students to have the best information while they're applying, while they're still home, not when they get here to find out the information. So we still have work to do.
Recognize the honourable member, Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate your response, Minister, because this is important. The growth in the CBRM is great. After going through decades of migration and decline, a number of strategic investments plus what's happening at CBU is important. And I'm listening to your comments tonight, which to be honest, are different than your message was a few months ago. So if there are concerns, I guess my question is, and you listed some of them. So you talk about student housing. So we know that is a concern. So what else is the government going to do? Because the government was celebrating this a year ago, and now I'm hearing you talk about concerns tonight. There are issues around transportation. What is the government going to do? A year ago, you were celebrating this, and tonight you're raising the red flag on some issues around CBU. So the reason why I'm asking this is because we all knew that there were a number of students coming. We all want to do what we can to help. And a year ago, you were celebrating it, which we all do. And we want as many newcomers to come into our communities as possible. But your message has changed tonight, and has changed very much so than where it was 6 months ago. So I guess this will be my final question tonight to give you a chance we still have a few minutes, I guess, but so what is the next steps for your department to support CBU on their housing initiatives or on their public transportation initiatives or any of those initiatives that you now have concerns about for students that are attending the school?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. My concerns have always been around students. My concerns, and I had just mentioned that as well. My concerns about the growth. I'm not sure if I've ever talked about or mentioned concerns around that piece of it. When I talked about transportation earlier, it was in answer to the question of the young entrepreneur that's going to continue and has a temporary UARB approval to continue running that service. And what I did talk about was choice. In that, I'm not saying that there's not a housing problem for international students or housing in general around CBU. But that particular piece was that we do know that there are some students that choose to live in the Halifax area and travel because some students are on a different schedule. Some students have a blended model of learning. Some students do a lot of online learning, may only have to be on campus 1 day a week. So we do know there's some of those as well, because CBU did have at one time 70 available student housing beds that students could have moved into. Now, there were issues there as well around if I go into student housing, then I need a meal plan. Meal plan's not something I want, but at the end of the day, it still does come down to choice. So I am very pleased that the university is working on a housing plan. We are working on some tools that will hopefully help not just CBU, but our other university sector as well, working with giving them access to program through municipal affairs and housing. I think the federal government has come with some good ideas that will help universities as well. But universities are all different, and they all have different needs. They all have different financial strengths and weaknesses, and they're in different positions. So some can do some that others can't. So they do need a variety of tools that will help them. I'm hoping that the Tartan Downs project will gain some ground. I think it's an important project for the area, not just for students. But it is very heartening to see that the university will have some of their student housing projects that they've already announced completed soon. But I think at the end of the day, students run. Students are the reason we have universities. Students are the ones that we have post-secondaries. International students are valuable to increase our population, to fill the jobs that we need, to ensure that we get the economic potential that we have as Nova Scotians. And, you know, my dad was an immigrant. He didn't come as a student, but he came as an immigrant, and had a business, worked a lot, worked 100 hours a week when he first got here. So I think that we have to make sure that when international students come to Nova Scotia, that we have the resources in order to welcome them and make them feel welcome.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Minister. I think it's an important conversation, and I think that you know, I'm an alumnus of CBU. I credit the institution for really giving me my start in life, and I just want to see it succeed. And I'm sure we'll be talking about it later. There's a few minutes left. I want to make sure you have enough time for your closing remarks, so this will be my last question. So based on the new federal decisions around international student numbers, has that breakdown been figured out yet, and what does that look like for institutions around the province? You may have, I may have missed this earlier, so I apologize to the committee. But is that the one you asked? Okay, so it was already asked. So you know what? I'll get the answer from my colleague. So okay, actually, no, I'll ask it again, because for CBU, when we're talking about CBU, this is very significant. So CBU has a very large population of international students, and which is wonderful. But I would suspect that they would see a significant impact from a federal government decision of this magnitude. So with the last few minutes, I'll pass it over to you if you can provide comment on what that looks like for not only CBU, but the other institutions, but specifically CBU.
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question. You know what? We do have our number. We have our provincial number of 12,900. That 12,900 has to be distributed amongst our 10 universities, our Nova Scotia Community College, our numerous private career colleges and language schools. We are truly looking for a model that is fair and equitable, and that our schools can be successful. Cape Breton University does have a plan to reduce their numbers to 7,000, so in 2 years. So I'm assuming that this coming year will also be one of those years, but it's complicated. It's not easy, because for all of the schools, their capacity of students and how many students they have all depends on how many students are finishing a program this year and how many students that they could possibly intake. So that complicates matters. Another thing that complicates matters is the conversion rate. So if you're a school and you have a conversion rate of 75%, that means if you have 100 applications, you get 75 students. If you have a conversion rate of 18%, if you get 100 applications, you'll get 18 students. So the federal government has their benchmark on average of 60%. So we are really working on modeling that we think that every school can still be successful and still flourish. And don't forget, these caps are for 2 years. And so we're hoping to figure out a model that that we can make sure that it benefits all schools. So,
the Honourable Member Halifax, Sydney, member 2.
You can't say that in Cape Breton. Call from Halifax. No, that concludes our caucus. There's a few minutes left. I'll pass it over to the minister for his closing remarks.
I'll invite the minister with approximately 5 minutes for his closing remark and the resolutions. The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Do I have 2 resolutions?
Yeah, 2 pages.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone for their questions. The questions from the opposition and from members of my own team. It does hold government to account. There were some great questions, and I was also able to share a lot of the good things that are going on. I think some of the things that are going on, I believe that our government's doing good things. Are we perfect? No. But one of the things, such as HappyPad, and I always like sharing HappyPad, not because this is a hugely successful piece, but I do think that home sharing in one form or the other can be very helpful. And I was able to really share my deep thoughts about the whole home sharing idea, whether it's HappyPad or not. So I was very happy to get that out. I'm very thankful to my team. I'm very thankful to the person to my left, to my right, and to my back left, right, for really helping me through this, because it is a long day and it is a lot of work. My team through Advanced Education worked tirelessly. Students first. It's always our motto. When we come down to those difficult questions, difficult policy decisions, ask yourself the question, what is in the best interest of the student? If it's not in the best interest of the student, then we may want to have another look at it. And that's always been my philosophy. It continues to be the philosophy. It doesn't always work, but it can work for most things. I care deeply. I care deeply about ELNU affairs. I take it to heart, and I will do whatever I can to ensure that students in Nova Scotia, international students, any students that come to Nova Scotia universities get the best experience possible. We do need to increase the population. We do need to fill jobs. We do need to accelerate learning. We need to get people into the jobs faster, but never, never, never at the sacrifice of quality. We have amazing educators here in Nova Scotia at all levels, whether it's university, NSCC, private career college, or language schools. We need to leverage what we have. We need to leverage the billions of dollars of assets that we have sitting in this province. We cannot let them sit idle. We need to figure out innovative ways in order to do that. We need to make sure that students can accelerate their learning to save them money and to get them to a job faster. We need to change the culture of the way we look at education. It can't be just from September to April. So with that, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $725,539,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estimate. And be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,255,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of ELNU Affairs pursuant to the estimate. And with that, Mr. Chair, with the remaining seconds that I have, however that may be.
Just for clarity, have you read both of the estimates?
Yes, I have.
Thank the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to allow me to present tonight.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes, the resolutions are stood. That concludes subcommittee for today. Thank you. Order. The chair of the subcommittee of the whole House on supply reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the subcommittee of the whole House on supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
I can't say what I want to say. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on Tuesday, March 5th, between the hours of 1 and 9 p.m. Following daily routine and question period, government business will include Committee of the Whole House on supply, and if time permits, Committee of the Whole on Bill 404.
Motion is that we now rise and meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 and 9 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please signify by saying aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? That motion carries. We stand adjourned.
Yeah, I know.